A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for the unveiling of the Madison Advertising Report 2022. We request everyone in interest of time to kindly be seated. Of course, we get a lot of opportunities to network with one another and have a delightful chat, because I know how it is important to meet in person. So we are here today in person. So we request you all to kindly be seated and continue with our conversation in the lovely times ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pamela Bhatta in the industry since 2007, emceeing iconic and landmark events, and it's my delight and honor to be your host for today. As you probably are aware, the Madison Advertising Report brought to you by Exchange Media Group and Madison Media is the most awaited report on predictions of ad spend in the media and advertising industry. Over the years, this report has become the benchmark of the industry and is often quoted in media, pitch presentations, company reports, corporate boardrooms, and even IPO documents filed by media companies. This report tracks and analyzes how and where advertising money was spent last year in projects the future growth. It also aims at understanding the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for marketers and various media print, TV, radio, OOH, digital, and cinema. Well, a year ago, Madison Advertising Report brought to you a review of 2021 that saw the devastating second wave of the pandemic, putting the COVID-19 impact into perspective. It also forecasted the advertising expenditure to reach 2019 numbers, and yet the outlook of the year predicted the increased FMCG spend, rise in OTT user base, and other positive signals. We were back again to tell you how much all these estimates have been spot on and to present the forecast of 2022. But before we get started, we'd like to thank our partners, presenting partners, ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, co-powered by partners Colors Marathi, Jamnache Ranga Marathi, Colors Marathi, Yahoo, DSP, not just to print, better for your business, co-partner, Good News Today, India's first and only positive news channel, tune into #Good News, Wally Smile, only on Good News Today. Lanyard partners, the Paris performance redefined propriety, and it's time for us to now have a look at their labels. We have the labels, please.
In times of breaking news, what did a leading news network do to become and remain the most loved, the most followed, and the most watched? Master the game? Change the game? Reinvent the game? No, we just didn't play the game. The real reasons why we are the leading news network and what brands can gain from them.
We believe people love you when you understand it. We take joy in being a part of their lives.
We speak multiple local languages. Very few know our roots as closely as we do. That's why Bengal chooses to celebrate Durga Puja with us. Maharashtra chooses to celebrate Ganpati with us. The whole of Gujarat chooses to celebrate Navratri with us. We believe oneness with viewers is beyond numbers. We welcome brands to celebrate local culture and India. And when it comes to finding a national voice, the people of India find their voice in ours.
BJP 24 सीटें, कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट 12 से 14।
গতকাল দেখেছিলাম যে চূড়ান্ত দফার সমীক্ষায় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস পেতে पारे
माझ्या घरी मी पाहुणे असं कुठेही पहिल्याच फिर 14 वर्ष आपको ये भूमिका होता है।
People are seeking knowledge and information more than ever. They want to know why are the things the way they are. And that's why we do what we do.
At ABP Network, we believe that all informed societies are open societies. And that's what we believe in building on.
That's why we strive to bring information to people at all costs. Unbiased information. The kinds which build thought leadership. The kinds that are used by governments to form their social policy. We believe purpose is beyond numbers. We invite purposeful brands to our platform to make a difference.
Today, brands are more conscious about their associations. Leading brands are looking at their numbers. Welcome to the club.
So we invite you to a new model of brilliance, thought leadership, regional meets national, people first. This is ABP Network.
सगळ्यांचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी
निरोगोस मी तुझ्या पाठीशी
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली माहिती कलर्स मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
We turn to our screens for everything, for entertainment, for inspiration, and for connection. We help you connect to your customers across every screen with our Omnichannel solution, the Yahoo DSP. Here's a quick look at how our DSP can help you reach existing customers and find new ones. The Yahoo DSP is built with identity at the core, using our direct consumer relationships. It's powered by our cookieless identity solution, Yahoo Connect ID. Consumers engage with our premium content, generating 200 billion daily data signals that show who they are and what they care about. This enables you to target, buy, and measure ads without cookies. And because it's opt-in, our identity graph puts consumer privacy first. Let's see that data in action. Our audience builder gives you the ability to find people who matter through search data, location data, purchase data, and more. Mix and customize segments to target your ideal audiences, all in one place. That's the advantage of our DSP. We give you a single platform to connect with consumers across an entire omnichannel campaign. And when we say omnichannel, we mean it. Another advantage of our DSP, unified planning and insights. Take our cross-screen plan, for example. It gives traditional TV buyers insights into the overlap between their linear audience and their full digital audience. When audiences are on the go, we're right there with them through our digital out-of-home planner. Our screens can be found from Times Square to your local grocery store and everywhere in between. OmniScope Insights puts it all together with a transparent, multi-dimensional view of omnichannel supply paths. You can use it to analyze how each channel, format, and exchange is performing and forecast future results. Finally, we help you deliver on campaign goals and KPIs through AI-driven optimization. You can build on past campaign success with predictive audiences powered by machine learning. And we offer a full range of measurement solutions to gauge omnichannel ad effectiveness. These are just some of the ways the Yahoo DSP helps connect businesses to passionate customers. Wherever they are, wherever they go. That's truly connected.
Dispatch source और अच्छे ग्राहक भाई के दावे नहीं अच्छे और असल बहुत हैं अच्छे काम है वो चुनाव में हम अच्छी खबरें लाए हैं ताकि आप अच्छा करें आप अच्छा समझें और अच्छा चुने इस चुनाव में वोट फॉर गुड सिर्फ
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our partners, and I'd like to believe that as much as the anchor can bring in energy, I believe our esteemed guest list also could bring in the energy. And how do we do that? By giving ourselves a huge round of applause and welcoming each other. Thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also requested to join our conversations on Twitter and Facebook using our hashtag PMAR2022 as one word. We'd love to see the social media conversations going live right now, and we'd love to engage with you socially out there. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for me to now invite Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media Group, to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Thank you, Bhavna, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Sounds like a cliche, but I'm really glad to see human beings finally, instead of small blurs on a computer screen. This is, as you all can imagine, this is the first day that we are doing almost 2 years to date. 12th March 2020 was the last one, so and very apt and relevant even to start the year. It sets the tone for the advertising business, for the media industry. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, and I'm so glad to see a lot of my friends. Shivam is in the front row. Thank you, Alok, Sam, Vikram, Avinash is here. Sujit, thank you for being part of this. Mahesh, so many people I'm meeting after such a long time. It's very interesting. Me and Sam were trying to recall when did we start this. I think the year was 2004 because I couldn't find pre-2004 issues of Pitch Madison survey, and the first issue we printed with this report was in February of 2005. And Sam would recall at that time we used to do this initiative in Delhi on the poolside lawns of a hotel in central Delhi in Connaught Place, and used to be very pleasant and a nice evening in Delhi, as you can imagine, a February evening on the poolside. And the industry was very different then, right? 2004, I recall reading the numbers, the entire ad business was 10,000 crores. And now, there are varying estimates. Our own report of last year says some 80,000 crores. So in 18 years, it's jumped 10x. A lot of us, in fact, all of us would have liked it to jump even more. As we all know, India's GDP, ad to GDP ratio continues to be very low. Around less than 0.5% as compared to Western markets, which do 1% or more in some cases. I know we have a CEO panel, a power-packed CEO panel, Sudhir is also speaking. So maybe that's also a hint for all of these CEOs to significantly up the amount of money they are spending on advertising and see the results, see the investment paying off. The other interesting thing I noticed from that 2004 report was digital was 45 crores in the entire year. Which is perhaps the revenue that Google clocks in a day in India now. In fact, it would be more than 45 crores for Google in a day. So 18 years, 45 crores to again varied estimates, 17, 18 or 20,000 crores now. Very big rise, very big jump, and the kind of opportunities that it has opened up for the digital business, for the advertising business is humongous. As opposed to say 10, 15 years where agencies would focus only on buying and planning. Today you have so many avenues to engage and offer your services to clients, from influence and marketing to data analytics to sort of audience research to programmatic advertising. So it's been a long journey for digital. As some of you might have also seen this year, Sam's idea was to change the format a little bit. So we released the sort of not advanced estimates, but last year's number already in advance. 3 weeks back, we released the 2021 numbers, which said the industry grew by 37% last year, which is very healthy, obviously also because of the low base effect. A lot of parts of the industry have started refiring. You look at TV, it's already bounced back. Digital obviously has grown humongously in the last 1 year. Print is, starting to get back to pre-COVID levels. I was reading a Jagran annual quarterly report last week which said their revenues are back almost 90% to pre-COVID level. The big bellwether Times of India is also for like-to-like revenues, I'm told, somewhere around 80-odd%. It's a very good news, which means that hopefully this year all parts of the industry will be back fully to normal, and we would have gone way beyond where we were in 2019 pre-COVID. What is also interesting is that the composition of the revenue growth has significantly sort of changed. Some of the legacy categories are not fully back yet, but their place has been taken up by new age categories. We have so many B2C companies, so many technology-based companies which are advertising, which are spending money, and I think 2022 will be a year where you will see not only a narrative of legacy versus digital media, but increasingly the narrative of digital plus legacy media, and I think that will be very healthy for the business, because increasingly clients are looking at combining digital with print, with television, and that perhaps gives them better results. The other interesting part, as we all know this year, is going to be all the cricket right bids. Humongous money is expected to be put in, and in a lot of ways, the amount of money media companies put in, all these rights bids also foretells what is the industry growth they are expecting. So in a lot of ways, more money being bid is good for the ad business, because eventually advertising will have to fund that business. More audience will be delivered through all of these properties, and hopefully better growth numbers will follow. I'm also told by a lot of colleagues that Sam's presentation sets the sort of revenue targets for a lot of media companies. I hope the 2022 numbers are as good as the growth we had last year. But Sam, on behalf of the chief revenue officers present in the room, I'd like you to be more humane, find a balance between good growth and revenue pressure that they have to drive, because 37% is a very big number. Not achievable. In fact, our report says that the last time we got anywhere close to that number was in 2007, which was also less than 30%. That was the year before the Lehman crisis hit America in 2008. 2007 we grew by 27%. Obviously, the base was much lesser then. So with that, I'll not take long. I finish by thanking our partners who've been supporting this initiative for many years. Avinash is there, his entire team. Thank you. You've been part of this initiative for 10 plus years. I don't have exact recollection of which year when we started this initiative, but thank you. Viacom, Mahesh and his team are here. You've also been part of this initiative for many years now. Thank you for being part of this. Also, Yahoo, their team is here, Vishal and team. And good news today is Ads. Thank you for being part of this initiative. Like you, I look forward to Sam's presentations and rest of the deliberations through the evening, and also meeting all of you in person and having a drink later tonight. Thank you so much. God bless you. Look forward to the evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ojan. As you rightly said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to invite the man who absolutely needs no introduction. Well, he is recognized as one of the most influential persons in media and entertainment industry, and continues to lead Madison as the largest independent media agency in the country. With more than 30 years at the forefront of media and advertising industry, Mr. Valsara, chairman of Madison World, has an ocean of knowledge and insights that very few in this industry have. We are now have the honor and privilege of inviting, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Wilson.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to stand here in person before you, and it was wonderful to meet many of you over a cup of tea a little earlier. To celebrate the occasion, as you can see, I'm wearing my suit, which I'm probably wearing after a gap of 2 years. So let's hope COVID is behind us and we will always meet in person in future. For those of you who are actively involved in media, we've been through a roller coaster ride the last 2 years. After the drastic fall in 2020, we have begun to see the climb, and hopefully in the near future, dips in ADEX are a thing of the past. As you told you in 2020, or rather in 21, about 2020, that the year saw a dip of as much as 20%. But as some of you know, and we already put out this figure, 21 has seen a dramatic 37% increase, surpassing our own forecast of 26% which we put out last year. And when we had put this forecast out, many thought it was a bit too optimistic. Also, with this growth, 2021 has crossed the figure of 2019 and now ADEX rests at 75,000 crore, 10% higher than 2019. By now, one is used to experiencing a much higher rate of growth for digital than traditional. But traditional also did not disappoint and has grown by as much as 31%. Digital, which never fails to surprise, has grown by a phenomenal 50%. In 2020, as you know, digital was the only medium to grow, though by a modest 10%. But with a 50% growth last year, it has more than made up for 2020's epic growth. Looking at 2021 as against pre-COVID year 2019, digital has grown by a whopping 64%. But traditional media, even with a 31% growth in 2021, is still 6% lower than the 2019 figure. Now, each of the quarters also behaved very differently. H2 contributed as much as 60%. Understandably, quarter 2 registered the highest growth in percentage terms, but it is the only quarter that grew compared to 2019. Quarter 4 grew by a dramatic 49%, even over pre-COVID 2019, thanks to IPL and the festival season. Quarter 4 of last year contributed as much as 35% to the year, and quarter 2 contributed the least at 17% because of the draconian COVID wave 2. From a historical perspective, last year witnessed the highest growth we have seen in the last 2 decades. The second highest growth, as Nawal referred to, was 28%, achieved in 2010. Now, looking at what happened in the global index or the global ADEX, what estimates that global ADEX now stands at $585 billion US, registering a rate of 21% over 20 and 18% over 2019. These, I must highlight to you, are indeed very, very high growth rate figures for global ADEX, which in the last 10 years, pre-2019, has grown by a compound annual growth rate of just 5%. So last 10 years, 5%, last year, 21%. So, not just in India, but advertisers around the world seem to be spending money on advertising with a vengeance. India has once again become the fastest growing advertising market of the world, followed by Australia and UK, which both grew also at pretty astounding rates of 35%. The humongous US market, which contributes nearly 46% to global ADEX, also grew as much as 22%, figures that you would never ever associate with US ADEX. India, as we all know, continues to be a minor player in terms of size on the global ADEX stage, with a share of just 1.5%. Looking at growth rates of individual mediums, digital has grown by a dramatic 64% over 2019, and TV too has grown by 11%. TV is the only traditional medium that has crossed its 2019 level. I would say print, the second largest traditional medium, has performed well, registering a growth of 39%, but it could not cross its 2019 level, having fallen substantially short by as much as 17%. Similarly, outdoor and radio also grew over 2020 significantly by 69% and 36%, but unfortunately are nowhere near their 2019 levels because of the sharp drop they registered in 2020. TV, in our view, continues to dominate ADEX with a 38% share, but it has dropped 4 percentage points against last year, gaining 1 percentage share point over 2019. Digital continues to rise both in value and share, and grew its share by 3 percentage points from 31 to 34%. The combined share of cinema, radio, and OH has now dropped from 10% in 2019 to 5% in 21. Traditional media, as you can see from this chart, has further moved down from 69% to 66%, a steady decline accelerated in recent years from a 92% share in 2012. TV and digital are, of course, the two big boys of ADEX, both in India and globally, though in different proportions. TV plus digital is at 72% in India and globally at 87%. Looking at categories amongst traditional media, but only on TV, print and radio, for which we have reliable data, the big story of the year, which essentially is no surprise to anyone, is that spend on e-commerce and new age companies has almost doubled from 3,000 crores to 6,000 crores, taking its share up from 8.5% to 13% now. With the advent of cryptocurrency players and many fintech brands, BFSI also grew dramatically by 47% to reach close to 2,000 crore. FMCG, which continues to be the largest contributor, faced headwinds because of increased raw material costs, and its share dramatically dropped from 38% to 34%. Possibly, that's the reason we later have a very interesting panel discussion on the relationship between stock market valuation and marketing spends, led by Vikram. In keeping with the technology boom, 15 new age companies or startups have now entered a top 50 list, altering the composition of this list. As expected, the list is dominated by FMCG, with 15 players among the top 50 and 6 players among the top 10. Top 50 advertisers now account for 38% of ad ads, and top 10 account for 18% of total ad ads. Television and digital together continue to be the favorites of top advertisers, accounting for 88% of their total spends. Top 50 advertisers now spend as much as 30% of their budget on digital alone, up from 14% last year. While Unilever continues to top the list consistently over many years, Amazon reappears at number 2, Breathe 11 at number 3, Reckitt at number 4, and Byju's at number 5. The next 5 brands in our elite list are P&G, Reliance, Google, now itself a very large advertiser, Mondelez, and ITC. We have as many as 14 new advertisers in our list this year compared to 10 last year. Upstock, Tread, NetMeds, Policy Bazaar, Unacademy, and White Hat Junior are some of the new names that make it to our list. Also, predictably, there are a large number of shifts in the pecking order, with 14 advertisers gaining rank and 21 losing rank. Among those who moved up many ranks are PhonePe, My11 Circle, LIC, L'Oreal, and MPL. Those who lost rank are Colgate, Hero Motors, GSK, Samsung, and PepsiCo. Let's now move to individual media. Let's see television first. TV ads put in a spectacular performance, registering a high spend of 28,000 crores, which represents a 25% growth in 21 and an even more impressive 11% growth over 2020. TV is the only traditional medium that has comfortably surpassed the 2019 number of 25,291 crore by as much as 11%. TV though dropped 4 percentage share points from a high of 42% last year to 38% in 2021. Whilst quarter one started softly with a degrowth of -6% over 2019, each subsequent quarter has gained steam with TV addicts growing in size. Quarter 3 and quarter 4 of 21 registered a sharp increase over respective quarters of even 2019, and quarter 4 marginally surpassed the high base that we had achieved in the last quarter of 2020. The festival demand in quarter 4 of 21, along with IPL, T20, World Cup, and multiple reality shows, has given this much needed boost to media. TV witnessed a 25% spike in ad volumes too, and 11% against 2019. Significantly, ad volume is positive across all 4 quarters compared to both 19 and 20. And many broadcasters, as we know, juggled with inventory to accommodate as many advertisers as possible. An analysis of ad volume viewed by various genres shows that all genres have grown significantly in 21 versus a year ago, with the exception of English movies, which registered a degrowth for the second consecutive year. It is significant to note that in spite of unavailability of BARC ratings for the news genre, news has registered a high growth of 19% over 2019 and 29% over 2020. Sports genre, on account of IPL, T20 and many bilateral cricketing tournaments, is now the second in the pack in terms of absolute revenue. However, the genre saw a degrowth of FCT of almost 17% as compared to pre-COVID levels. FMCG, the largest category in the country, as I mentioned earlier, continues to lead the pack, but its share declined by 5 percentage points. E-commerce and education category increased by almost 2x to reach close to 5,000 crores and 1,600 crores. Within e-commerce, in addition to online shopping, many subcategories like mobile wallets, online pharmacy, and financial services were among the leading categories advertising on television. Telecom is the only sector that dropped its volume substantially from 8% to 4%. Let's see digital now in some detail. In 21, in our estimate, digital has grown by a phenomenal 50%, taking digital addicts to 25,438 crores with a share of 34%. Compare that to what Naval told us about 45 crores in 2004. Digital has grown from a share of just 6% over a decade to 34% today. It's just 4 percentage points lower now than the largest medium TV. The last time digital grew by 50% was way back in 2012, when it added just 750 crores, but in 2021, it has added almost 8,500 crores. Despite digital growing at a compound annual growth rate of 27% in last 10 years in India, its contribution to total ADEX is lowest amongst all major nations. Digital share of global advertising now stands at a mighty 65%. Looking at quarter-wise figures, predictably with the festival and resumption of IPL, quarter 4 was the largest quarter when digital ADEX touched almost 10,000 crores and contributed 39% to the full year. Quarter 2 contributed the least at 14%. Almost all digital spends in India are on mobile, with the latter commanding a 96% share. Programmatic has firmly taken root in India, and its share has been going up every year by a few percentage points and now stands at 42%. In terms of verticals, video has the highest share of 29%, followed by social and display at almost 20% each. E-commerce and search now contribute 16% each. In terms of growth rates, e-commerce has grown significantly, as much as 50%. Display, video, and search have also all grown substantially by 30% plus. Now let's take a look at print. The second largest medium till 2019, print grew significantly by almost 40% to reach close to 16,600 crore, following a 41% decline in 2020. Impact of pandemic on print industry in 2020 was so severe that it will probably take a year or two more for print index to reach pre-COVID levels. Print in 21 as against 2019 is still down by 17%. Whilst print has been losing share year after year, in absolute terms, it has been gaining in ADEX value year on year and grown from 11,970 crore in 2012 to cross 20,000 crore in 2019. And in 2021, it has clawed back almost 4,700 crore of the 8,100 crore it lost in 2020. Print ADEX now has a 22% share, and this would probably make India the print capital of the world along with Germany. No other country besides India and Germany has as high a share as 22%. The only countries that come close with much lower shares are smaller countries like France, Japan, and Italy at around 8 to 11%. Also, it's interesting and surprising to know that print ADEX globally has a share of just 5% compared to 22% in India. Print ADEX recorded a growth of 33% during festival season and grew massively by more than 80% in quarter 2 and quarter 3 in 21 over 20. In terms of category shares, there has not been much movement, with auto dropping by 2 percentage points from 16 to 14 and FMCG by 1 point from 17 to 16. Auto's drop has been e-commerce's gain, with the latter increasing its share from 3 to 5%. Three categories, FMCG, education and auto, make up 45% of total print ads and are almost equally divided with very marginal differences in share. Total ad volume also increased by 31%, but degrew by 16% versus 2019. Looking at print in ADEX by language, English and Hindi publications put together contribute 63% of total print volume. English publications have been the highest gainer in terms of ad volume and grew 40% over 2020. Hindi publications, which are largest volume contributor, also grew by 30%. All languages grew, but the least to have grown are Kannada, Gujarati, and Punjabi. Let's see what happened in outdoor. In 21, outdoor index increased by as much as 69% to reach close to 2,200 crore, but fell way short of the figures achieved in 2019 by as much as 38%. In terms of share, from a steady share of about 6%, which it enjoyed for many years till 2019, OH has slipped down to 3%. In our estimate, a little over 2,000 crores was spent in OH, way below the almost 3,500 crores spent in 2019. But substantially higher than 1,300 crores spent in 2020. In fact, spends in OH are almost at similar levels to those we achieved in 2014. So a lot of catching up to do still. Looking at ADEX quarter-wise, 70% of OH spends came in the second half. And whilst quarter 2 was severely suppressed, quarter 4 was a bumper quarter when spent more than doubled over 20 and surpassed 2019. Looking at spends category-wise, the top 5 sectors that contribute to over 70% of total outdoor ADEX are real estate, which leads with a share of 22%, followed by retail, FMCG, BFSI, and consumer services. Compared to 2019, every category saw a degrowth. Let's check out radio. Radio ADEX followed the same pattern as print ADEX, having increased by 36% to reach close to 1,750 crores. However, when compared to pre-pandemic numbers, radio ADEX is still far off 2019 levels and is down by 23%. In terms of share, radio, which had registered a 4% share in 15, 16, 17 and 18, now stands at only 2%, same share as what it had achieved last year. In terms of quarter-wise spends, predictably quarter 4 was the largest, contributing 37%. In fact, quarter 4 registered a 46% growth of the same quarter last year and 21% over 2019. Radio, since it has failed to recover and is estimated at about 1,700 crore, takes radio back to the year 2016. Every category registered significant growth in 21 except travel and telecom. Education and commerce have registered highest growth of 96% and 71%. FMCG and BFSI continue to be the two largest categories. Auto and real estate, which are generally heavy on radio, are yet to recover to pre-COVID levels. Just five categories, FMCG, BFSI, real estate and e-commerce, contribute close to 55%. Lastly, let's review cinema. Thanks to three successful waves of COVID over 2 years, cinema index in 21 dropped by 25% as compared to even 2020, when all other mediums increased and dropped by a massive 87% over 2019. It ended the year with a measly 136 crores, contributing a minuscule 0.2% to ADEX. Cinema is the only medium to drop in size compared to 20. In terms of absolute revenue, in cinema, we are at the same level as 2006. Let me now come to the hazardous task of sharing with you our prognosis for the year 2022. With India's nominal GDP expected to grow by 11 to 12%, our outlook continues to be positive. Last year we projected 26% growth, as I said earlier, and we were surprised that ADEX grew 37% despite COVID wave 2. After a careful analysis of many macro and micro factors that are outlined in the annexure of our report, we project ADEX to grow by 20% to reach almost 90,000 crores. Now, I don't know if this will satisfy your media friends, but perhaps it will. With a growth of 20% on the heels of a 37% growth, ADEX would have grown at a compounded annual growth rate of 18% over 3 years, thus to a considerable extent blunting the havoc created by COVID in 2020 when ADEX grew 20%. With a growth rate of 20%, if our estimates come right, and going by work estimates of what's happening in other countries, India will continue to be the fastest growing advertising market in the world, followed by Russia at 14%, USA, which is expected to continue its forward march at 13%, and China at 11%. We expect traditional ADEX to grow well again this year by as much as 15%, and digital ADEX by as high as 30%, twice that of traditional, on the back of video, primarily driven by OTT, short video apps, e-commerce, performance marketing, and connected TV. Key factors that will contribute to this 20% growth are increased number of matches in IPL and other major cricketing tournaments, new categories and new advertisers that continue to emerge in a new high-growth market like India, organic growth coming from the largest contributor to TV market, FMCG, after the subdued 2021, and advertisers in OTT, fintech, edtech, Bitcoin, mobile gaming, and varied e-commerce categories who are expected to rise and continue their bullish spend on TV, though the acceleration is likely to be muted with the constraint of lower foreign inflows. On the negative side, inflation that has hit the world and India that could stay for half of this year could spoil the party. The pandemic has opened the eyes of many advertisers to the power of digital, and given the continuously increasing penetration of digital in India, we estimate digital to take another big leap, growing by almost 8,000 crores to 33,000 crores, and this will help it get TV in the share game and become the largest medium in Indian AdX this year. We expect the combined share of traditional AdX to further come down to 63% from 66%. TV will drop by 2 percentage share points and print by 1 percentage share point. Radio and OH will drop very marginally, and cinema we expect will dramatically increase share from 0.2 to 0.6. Of course, we expect wide variation in growth rates across mediums, with digital growing by 30%, TV by 14%, and print by 13%. We expect OH, which suffered quite a bit in 20 and 21, to grow by a dramatic 69%, and cinema to grow almost 3 times. We expect radio to grow by a modest 10%. Finally, and as usual, I would like to end with some piece of advice for all my advertiser friends. My first piece of advice is to consider launching digital-first brands to prepare for the future digital world which is likely to envelop India. Take advantage of the evolved digital infrastructure available for both distribution and advertising. My second piece of advice is to set up your own D2C distribution channels. It could pay rich dividends in the near future. D2C is expected to take off in India in a big way. And my last piece of advice is for elite and affluent audiences, use HD more aggressively than what you do now. Because in our view, BARC seriously underreports HD homes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again,
thank you so much, Mr. Balsara. We just request you please be on the stage. If you can just join us back on the stage, as I would now request Mona Jain, Chief Revenue Officer, AVP, Network, kindly join us and present the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Balsara. Momentum by co-powered by partners Yahoo. Thank you for joining us on this and being a part of our incredible day. I believe there's a photo requested, Ms. Jen, with Mr. Balsara. Yes, the applause can continue, but thank you so much for being so kind. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to unveil the much anticipated Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2022. Here is the time where we are going to be presenting to you the Pitch Madison Advertising Report, but we cannot do it without inviting our dignitaries on the stage. First up, with your round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Sam Vatsara, chairman of the Madison World. Please join us. Vikram Sahuja, partner, group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. Laura Vatsara, the executive director, Madison World, and Avinash Kabe, CEO, ABP Network. Requesting all our dignitaries to please join us. Mr. Mahesh Shetty from Viacom, please join us. Mr. Shetty. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Shivam Puri from Sipla. Mr. Puri, please do us the honors of joining us. Mr. Raj Nayak, we cannot do without you. Please request him to join us. Mr. Vishal Parikh from Yahoo, please do join us. This is going to be a historic moment. Mr. Vishal Parikh from Yahoo? Yes, we can see. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've got the illustrious guests of honor, it is time for us to reveal the Pitch Madison Report 2022. And as we're going to be passing on the copies, we request you all to please do the honors by unveiling it all together, and we're going to be doing a great moment with all your smiles. So as you can see, a lot of excitement right there. They've already unveiled it, and we're going to be waiting for that hashtag moment right there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge, huge round of applause as we reveal Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2022. Don't forget to keep your conversations going on Twitter using the hashtag PMAR2022. Thank you so much to our illustrious guest of honor for joining us and being a part of the unveiling of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2022. Well, all smiles on the stage and now in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting unveiling of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2022. We'd like to thank our esteemed guests of honor for joining us on the same. Well, it is time for me to now call forward the first speaker of the day, Mr. Sudhir Sikavati, the Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Consumer Products Limited. He'll be speaking on the topic, the new marketing playbook. And we're pleased to have him with us today. Of course, keeping in touch, Mr. Sikavati is going to be joining us digitally. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
Thank you.
Let's give him a huge, huge round of applause.
Hi.
So we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm really sorry for not being able to join live. I think I have a recorded video which they'll play, but I just want to say that since for many years, I've been an avid reader of the Pitch Madison report. The first time actually I'm hearing Sam speak about it, and I really enjoyed the last half an hour listening to it. And it's such an exciting time for our industry and for media, both in terms of the kind of rapid growth and the transformation of the channel mix, that it's really a privilege to be here today. I guess I'll have to hand over to my video for my keynote address. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sudhir joining us right now live. Thank you for that. Well, this is such a perfect amalgamation. He's joining us virtually, yet he saw Mr. Vatsara present. So this is going to be a beautiful amalgamation. And now I'm going to be queuing in for the video to be played for this session. Over to the tech team.
Good afternoon to all of you. I must profusely apologize for not being there in person to speak to you. It's one of the problems of the hybrid world. Sam first invited me for a real meeting. I said yes. I was invited for another one which I said no to. Then this became virtual and that became virtual, so I said yes to both of them. The other one, which was outstation, became real first, so I said yes to that and said I'd do it virtually. And now both of them are real, so I'm now set to speak to you virtually. I do hope I can make up, and I do hope that in the question and answer, we can try and be as engaging as the virtual world allows. Sam asked me to speak about the new marketing playbook. It's something that I'm usually very reticent to talk about because I'm also usually very wrong. Most of my predictions regarding marketing have proven to be completely wrong. But I thought I'd still take another chance at it and speak to you about 3 things which I think will exemplify the new marketing playbook. I have a group called Lyceum with a lot of my ex-marketing team, a lot of brand managers whom I work with, marketing managers whom I work with, and we exchange ideas and articles on marketing with each other, and generally talk about the future of marketing on that group. A few days ago, I received an article there called Expiring versus Permanent Skills, and it was a blog on the page of a private equity or an investment fund called the Collaborative Fund, and the article was written by Morgan Housel. I think if you can, do have a look at it. It speaks about, in business, what skills will be permanent and what skills will be expiring. It makes a really interesting case about how in the 19th century, the most important skill for military cadets graduating from West Point in the US was drawing and painting. Not because drawing and painting opens your mind, but because soldiers fighting in Africa or Latin America needed to draw maps on the fly. With technology, it's obviously not really a skill needed now, and that's why drawing and painting are no longer skills we require of soldiers. So the article got me thinking about what will remain unchanged in marketing and what will change. One of the points Housel makes is one of the skills that will remain unchanged is to get to the point quickly. So let me get to the point quickly. I'm going to talk about 3 things, one of which I'm reasonably certain won't change, one of which I think won't change, but I could be terribly wrong about it, and one thing that I think will change. What I think won't change, and absolutely won't change, are the fundamentals of marketing. And the fundamentals of marketing are insight, positioning, proposition, and the big idea. These 3 haven't changed for the last 150 years, and there's no reason for it to change in the future. There are plenty of examples of great brands. In fact, all great brands, if one studies it, that have lasted for a long period of time, have basically remained unchanged on these 4. Take the example of GCPL's iconic brand Synthol, and have a look at these 2 advertisements. One with Vinod Khanna in the 1980s.
Get ready to face another day with
Body confidence by Synthol.
Synthol's unique pure formulation prevents body oil to give you body confidence.
Body confidence by Synthol.
Synthol, the most body confidence soap.
And one more recently on Synthol. You see that both these advertisements have the same insight, which is body confidence is one of the best ways to express masculinity. Or masculinity is body confidence, is probably the insight. Its positioning is that of an explorer. It's the archetype of an explorer. It has a proposition of freshness, and it has a big idea of masculine men in the wild. This has fundamentally, structurally remained unchanged for the last 30, 40 years. However, the definitions of masculinity have changed. So from being masculine, the new masculine is more metrosexual. But leaving these peripheral changes, the core of this great brand, like many other great brands, have remained unchanged. In general, fundamentals are 90% of the marketing game. And therefore, I do believe that 90% of the marketing game won't change. There's another area in marketing that a lot of people think will change, but I am now coming to the conclusion, and with the caveat that this is still open, that it won't change. I'm not quite sure that the digital revolution will fundamentally change the way we do media planning. Digital does allow you to do mass customization, it's true. But I don't think that mass brands need customization. Mass brands by definition are mass because they cater to a few fundamental mass needs. I remember in 2004 as a brand manager, we had run a segmentation study to see what do various segments in India watch on TV. We ran a study among the richest Indians, middle class Indians, very poor Indians, across various states of India, especially northern India, and we figured out what their media viewing pattern was. It was eerily similar. All of them saw Kyonki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. And I think that's the truth about a lot of us when it comes to mass products and mass brands. We are unknowingly similar to each other. Take, for example, mosquitoes. How many needs do we have in killing mosquitoes? You know, some of us are scared of dengue and malaria, some of us want a good night's sleep, some of us want mosquito protection indoors, some of us want it outdoors. 3 or 4 big benefits. So how many segments are actually there? So even though we have the ability to reach every single individual Indian with many of the digital tools available, I think that since the benefits are few, mass marketing in principle will continue the way it has for the last 100 odd years. I'm not being Luddite about it and saying nothing will. Quite the contrary. In the next 20 years, things will change about the way media is played and mass marketing. For instance, and do have a look at this lovely audio, the last 30 seconds of it. It has the musician Gauhar Jaan playing the first recorded gramophone of a classical song. Now, classical concerts now and even 120 years ago were typically 2.5 to 3 hours. But the gramophone allowed only 2.5 or 3 minutes. And Gauhar Jaan played an entire rag in 3 minutes, signing it off with a great branded statement saying, I am Gauhar Jaan again. So, while Gauhar Jaan brilliantly improvised the new medium, brilliantly branded it, she didn't fundamentally change the nature of classical music. It was still the same rags, still the same chords. And in that sense, I do feel that digital will require some adaptation and some improvisation. It will not be a long tail of digital medium. It will fundamentally go to a 6-second YouTube bumper or a Facebook static. That's my bet. And these will replace the 30-second TV or the 60cc twin tag, but it will still be 1 or 2 mediums. I mean, a few years ago, when the digital world was still in its infancy, and I'm talking about 7-8 years ago, we were all very excited. And we tried once a campaign, we had 60 different ads on Facebook to 60 different cohorts. And surprise, surprise, it was the same ad that run in all cohorts. And that makes the point that even though digitization allows for mass customization, I'm not quite sure that consumers really want or need it. I think one area of marketing that will definitely change is the way we organize ourselves in marketing. I think we will move from people making judgments to people being aided to make judgments using algorithms. A brand manager can run 10 times the media plan that his counterpart 20 years could do with the help of relatively simple algorithms. Even pre-COVID, I would spend 2 days or 3 days every 2 weeks traveling to remote parts of the country, meeting consumers, and I still do that, but I don't do it once in 2 weeks, I do it once in a month. And actually every week I spend 3 or 4 hours on Friday afternoon meeting consumers in remote parts of the country digitally. So that saves a lot of airlines, it saves a lot of organization, a lot of agency time, a lot of overheads for us. I remember earlier on when we had a proof of a print advertisement to be released in Times of India the next day, early morning, 9 o'clock, somebody from the agency would come with the printed proofs. I'd look at it, make some comments, send it back with her. She'd go to the office, make some correction, perhaps once more I'd send it back, then she'd send it, I'd sign it, give it to the assistant brand manager, who would go and take legal and technical clearance. Then he would call the agency at 5, then the agency would do its own back-end work and send the final positives to Times of India at 11 or 12 o'clock in the night, right? This was the process. Imagine how much of that process is now done. I think the point that I'm making is that marketing is saddled with a whole set of overheads which are gradually disappearing, but I feel like the COVID wave will ensure that these overheads disappear very, very quickly. That's a good thing, because what we will be willing to pay in marketing are a few skills. Creativity, for example. I think the role of big idea is significantly more important, or at least as important in the past. And I think there'll be competition for great creative people who don't come with a lot of building space and a lot of people as overheads usage. There are 3 skills I feel that are crucial in marketing of the future, or a new marketing playbook. The first is clarity. Some kind of strategic clarity that you must have on what should be done. 2 is problem solving. People with clarity will set the problem and set the agenda. Algorithms, and people who are comfortable with algorithms and making algorithmic decisions will take it. And 3rd is creative people who have the ability to drive and generate big ideas. I think if you have one of these 3 skills, you're in the game. If you have 2, you're really top of the pops. But if you have none of these, I think companies, agencies, people, all of us need to reskill ourselves with these 3 skills. Not that these 3 skills were not important in the past. I think they were always important. But they came with a lot of overhead camouflage. And that overhead camouflage, the digital revolution is going to break through. And the 3 skills that were always, these are timeless skills. I mean, clarity, analytical ability, and creativity are timeless skills. But you're just not going to need the paraphernalia around these skills. I guess my bet on the new marketing playbook is 95% of it isn't going to change. But the 5% that's going to change is all of us. The skills that we need, the skills that are relevant, that we have to sharpen, and that's what's going to change. And one of the common skills that Hauser talks about in his lovely blog is the willingness to adapt to views that you wish were permanent, but you have to accept that they run their course. And I think a lot of the extra skills in marketing that were there, we have to understand that they're no longer required. And the 3 core skills of marketing, clarity, analytical ability, and creativity, are all that would last. And I guess that's my big bet on what will change in the new marketing playbook. Thank you very much, and I wish you have a great event. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Sikapati. Ms. Jyoti Deshpande, CEO of Viacom 18, she's indisposed and could not make it. But for us, it's time for us to move on to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now invite on the stage Mr. Nagaraj Krishnamurthy, Chief Strategy and Analytics Officer, Madison Media, who's going to be talking about the new perspectives in media planning. So let's give a huge round of applause as Mr. Krishnamurthy joins us on the stage.
Okay, thank you. So what will I be talking today about? Okay, good. First of all, it's a privilege for me to be addressing such a learned audience. What we'll be talking about today is how together we'll be addressing a 120 trillion opportunity that exists in front of us and how we can play a part of it. So what's the 120 trillion that I'm talking about? Actually, that's the private consumption that happens in India. So collectively in marketing, consumers are spending 120 trillion rupees every year, and that has actually grown up quite significantly. Over the last 10 years, it has gone up by 2.5 times it has grown. That's collectively what we can do is we will be able to address this opportunity, and that's what the bulk of my presentation is all about. So annual consumption in India on an average is around was 1.6 lakhs, and now it has gone up to 3.76 lakhs on an average per household per year. And that's because our total private consumption in India is 120 trillion, and we have 319 million households, and that's how the numbers adds up. Now, apart from that, such a huge size of consumption that we all participate in, we also need to understand that we are one of the largest numbers in terms of the number of households. We are twice as big as the largest economy, which is USA. Now, another big opportunity we have as marketers is most of the product categories in India are under-penetrated. So I've just given a representation of categories here, but most of them are under-penetrated, and that means there's a huge headroom for us to grow. Now, that all this looks very rosy and it's a huge opportunity, we also need to understand the challenge that we are facing with. And one of the biggest challenge for us is inequality. So while India is growing in its affluence, there's also a huge amount of inequality. By inequality, what I mean is, this is a data released by the World Bank. What it says is, the top 1% of the population grew twice the rate of the overall average. So the overall average grew at 120%. The top 1%, the likes of Ambani's and Adani's, they grew at 200% in terms of their income. Unfortunately, the bottom 40%, they grew only at 40%. So what this means is our affluence on an average is growing up very high, but it is fairly unequal. But overall, as a society, we have made some improvement. That's not the problem for marketers only to address, except that when we increase the overall consumption, I'm sure, with that, when the tide goes up, all boats rise, and therefore all of us hopefully will grow up, and India will become a much better society. But as we see today, that's the biggest problem that we have. Now, what that means, that leads to a very skewed consumption. What is the skewed consumption I'm talking about? Okay, I said there are 319 million households. As per estimates, 3% of the households actually contribute to 13% of the total consumption that happens. So just 3% is 13%. And unfortunately, there's a problem also that nearly a quarter of the households, they contribute only to 10% of the total consumption. That's for the strugglers. So basically, this is a BCG model where we have allied, affluent, as well as next billion and strugglers, or as cohorts, basically on their income and their consumption profile. And this clearly shows we have such a huge skewed consumption. Normally, most economies, the consumption will be skewed, but not to the extent that we see in India. So what we at Madison we did is, we took this consumption cohorts and we removed the strugglers, because strugglers are those who are technically below the poverty line, and therefore they will not be participating much in the consumption, and we bucketed it into 3 buckets. So you have upper income, who are roughly 15% of the households, excluding the strugglers, which is 245 million. They contribute 40 trillion of consumption. Then you have mid-income, who are 65 million households, which is 25%. And finally, you have low income, 144 households, which is 60% of the total. So these are important numbers. So 15% who are upper income, and then we have 25% who are mid income, and 60% who actually are what we are labeling as the low income, and we have kept the strugglers out for this analysis. Now, what is the use of all of this is when you are planning your marketing strategy, this could be one clear path to write your marketing strategy. For example, what we do is, in those when the category in which the penetration exceeds 60%, then basically it's a game of share gain, and you will be talking to a mid and lower income, and that's by default. Then in those where you need to drive where, for example, if two-wheelers is already 43% penetrated, so the next wave of growth will happen when they target the lower income people. And then you have certain categories where the penetration is only less than 10 to 12%, in which you have a huge room to grow within the upper income category. This is one way to look at how we can use the income power. The other one is within the brands. What you need to do is, if you calculate the average, this I just put some set of soap brands and I calculated the price per brand, and then you can see some brands, and the average price per gram out of this selected sample is 0.4. Some of them are operating at a price which is much lower than the category, and some are operating above the category. So those who operate within the category band will be taking the, those who are operating lower than the category will be going after the lower income, and this is one way to use the cohorts. So it sounds great. So till now it was all very easy, and we could say that cohort targeting by income group makes a lot of sense. But that looks very academic right now because we do not have a right mechanism for targeting consumption by cohorts. And why do I say that? One example that we can talk of is in terms of NCCS classification. We all know NCCS classification is a cross-tab of occupation, of the durables that you own and the education level of the chief wage earner. And let me just illustrate that. So here's Afnan Ramesh. His occupation is a shopkeeper. He earns around 25 to 30,000 a month. So by income, that cohort that I discussed in terms of consumption, he would be a next billion, up towards the lower end of the consumption cohort. But when I do that in my NCCS classification, he is SSC pass and he has 6 durables, and not many of these durables are not unaffordable, and a shopkeeper would be having it. He becomes NCSCS A, which is at the higher end of the strata. So here is a person, if I go by consumption cohort, he's at the lower end. I'm not saying he's not going to consume, he's not a struggler, he will be consuming. But when I look at it from the NCCS A point of view, he's at the highest end of the social strata that we define. Now, that's not going to be of much help to marketers. So what we did is we devised how to be target. So this is more not segmentation from an attitude and point of view, it is more from how do we target better in media, and we devised 3 routes to it. One is affluence, and again I make it actionable by saying how we can use affluence from the media consumption itself. Then is life stage, and third is micro geographies. These are the ways you can target in media for the top funnel. So we have to understand that India is basically because of the huge bedroom that is there in terms of the penetration that we can grow for in most categories. Much of the challenge lies in top funnel, and we need to find a way in which we can improve the top funnel targeting, and these are the 3 routes that we will be discussing now. Now let's say the first one was what I said was affluence. The way you consume video in the past was restricted primarily to TV. Today it has got various flavors, so it starts with, let's say the population is 143 crores, those people who access TV is roughly 89 crores. Then you have a whole set of newsstream, OTT, that includes YouTube, Facebook video, and every other over-the-top options, that comes to around 47 crores. Then you also have a set of people who access video through HD, and that's 16 crore people. And then finally you have connected TV, which is around 4 crore people as we speak today. And all of them will sort of agree that there's a certain amount of income differentiation that naturally exists. And let's explore that. Now what we set out first is, if you analyze the viewing behavior, we can actually differentiate people by the heavy, light and medium consumers, and this is what we just ran recently. So if you see in 2019, And this is fairly volatile data, so we are just taking some averages and coming to some conclusions. 2019, you had 7% of the people who were not watching TV, and let's just focus on that side for the time being. That's because they were on vacation, and it happens even if you take any year in the past, you will always find certain people in any given month or whatever is your time period for evaluation. Some of them will not be switching on TV. Today, that percentage has gone to 11%, and in between there was serious volatility in the data. That's because people migrated from urban areas to rural, or they went back to hometowns, and then there was COVID thing. But if I just take the last 8-week average, it looks at around number 11, and though it's early days to say that it has stabilized, we can broadly say possibly 4% people have become cord cutters, that is, they have moved out towards connected TV. And this analysis also brings the number to 35 million, and there are various other estimates which my colleague Vishal will be taking in the future that also sort of all adds. So what we have to understand is 4% of the TV audience are only could be possibly cord cutters in India. Then you will see how do they access TV, that's 96% of the people who are rather how do they access TV. Then basically you have 4 ways you access India TV. One is cable, which is the biggest chunk, 50%, 100 million households access it through cable. Then you have 32% of people accessing through DTH, and then you have 10% accessing it through DD free dish, and that's sort of moving up, and DTH is coming down. That could again be a temporary COVID phenomenon, but this is broadly the landscape. What is more important is not the way they access it, the more important is what are the estimates we have for SD and HD homes. Sam in one of his recommendations, he said HD channels are highly underutilized by marketers, and this bears it out. So we did an estimate based on the data that we have from BARC and we have from TRI and also from all the DTH operators. The 43 million households who subscribe to HD channels, and they, we would presume, are in the upper income group that I spoke about, which is basically the 3% of households consuming 13% of consumption, because it sort of mirrors where the most of the consumption happens. It is highly over-indexed on megacities. It is again indexed on larger cities. So what is the first thing that we do get a way of addressing the upper end of the segments is HD homes and the cord cutters, which I estimated at 4%, which Vishal will be taking proof in the near future. Then also you find that content preference of the HD homes, if you were to analyze it separately versus what it is in SD homes, is very dramatically different. But what we normally in media we do is we do not take care of this consideration, and we just go ahead and just use the HD channels on our standard normal plan. The first recommendation is to actually plan for HD homes because their viewership is different, especially if you are targeting targeting those categories where the penetration is lower and we are going after the large high income groups. So first point that I'm saying, like Sam said, it is highly underreported because if you go with the sample design, the mode of access of TV is not considered at all. So they are perfectly right in not having a specific weightage for HD homes, so that results in a huge underreporting. Another thing we need to understand is there's an optically poor rating of HD channels. So in the previous slide, for example, I showed that the rating was 0.38. A simplistic calculation is 20% of homes are on HD homes, and if I'm only interested in the upper end of the segment, then I have to multiply that by 5, broadly speaking, and that would be the actual rating of the program within the HD homes, and then it actually becomes very effective and efficient. So if I'm going after the top end of the consumers, for example, IPL on HD is only 40%. So all that and if I'm after the upper end of the consumption where the consumption percentage per capita consumption is high, then it makes a lot of sense. The second thing that I would talk about is at the extremely other end of the spectrum, which is the lower income. And here we can see DD free dish, and DD free dish is growing at a phenomenal rate, and that's because many people are moving away from cable to free dish, and especially in certain markets, which what we will call as the Hindi heartland. Here again, if you see, and here in you can evaluate on HD homes, on FTA homes, you will see that if you take Hindi GC channels only on the Hindi speaking market, so there are a lot of brands for whom that's a core market. And when you do the analysis on the total homes, it gives you around 800 GRPs, but the same thing if you were to evaluate only on FTA homes, it dramatically shoots up to 2642. It's the same plan, but it's just that the base we are doing. Obviously, we don't expect, when I advertise on a FTA channel, I don't expect a guy who doesn't have an FTA channel to watch it. And therefore, this is the right way to evaluate. What it also tells us is, like I said, the bulk of our consumers are in also, the size of each of the segments are very important, but here is a very actionable insight. If your brand is after the lower end consumers, especially in Hindi or brand, just on a small budget of 6 crores, you can actually maintain a very high level of activity across the years. And also cricket and really does make sense, and a lot of people are moving on towards the FTA channel. So there are 2 points that I made with regard to the access. The one was, if you're going after the high-end consumers, then you have a better targeting option in HD homes, and if you're going at the other end of the spectrum, you can use the FTA channels. Next, I come to life stage. So what do I mean by life stage? Let me just explain. So what we did is, we took all the ADEX, and we don't have very reliable data for digital, so outside of digital, we took for all the ADEX expenditure that happens in the last 3 years, and across each category, and there are roughly around 565 categories which have been listed, we sort of gave each category to a specified audience. For example, if it's a kitchen or a home category, then it would be as a homemaker, soft drinks, and even digital first business we market as youth, and the remaining, like for example, BFSI and OTC, we put it as all adults, and the others would be business and other small other categories which does not come into any of this sharp thing. And we checked what is the advertising expenditure that typically happens, and this is outside of digital. So roughly 38% goes to homemaker, 27% to youth, and 21% goes to all adults. Let's just go to these 3 segments and let's just understand. First, we'll start with the housewives. One thing that we need to understand again is the participation of women in labor participation, that is, who are employed, is the lowest or the second or third lowest anywhere in the world. And that's actually quite a shocking data. So if you see Vietnam, is at around 72%, in USA, 55% of women who are about 22 years, they do go for an employment. Whereas in India, only 23% of women are actually employed. So this sort of gives an insight that we cannot be actually mirroring what is happening in the other parts of the world directly, because our demographics as well as our things are quite unique to India, and probably this is one of the reasons why the exam was showing in all other countries the TV percentage is much lower, but in India it's still higher because of this particular, probably this one insight, which sort of tells why TV in India is still quite important. And also, if you just back calculate this with IRS data, you'll also find that 68% of women who are about 22 are not working and not studying, and therefore we can consider them to be homemakers. Now, it's well known, and the data also shows that women, by and large, are heavy consumers of TV. So, if your brand is actually targeted at homemakers, then TV still remains to be a highly potent media, and might be unique to India, because even compared to our South Asian neighbors, our participation of women in labor market is much lower in India. So TV still remains potent as long as you are targeting only the women, and that's because it gives a high reach, and obviously the CPM is lower. That does not mean that we are saying it has to be completely TV, since we should actually also use social and digital one to reach the hard to reach women, as well as to contemporize brand. And e-commerce, which currently on a grocery is only 3%, will be expected to grow further. So this is how we could actually target within your media by going by the income cohort, and also in particular about whom you are targeting here very sharply, the women. Now let me come to youth, and this is very interesting. I think again India is very different from all other markets, because in most markets, at least the most advanced markets, they have an aging problem. We have actually the power of youth, because 60% of Indians are under the age of 35, and that means We have an immense potential and there's a lot of brands which can be targeted to youth, and we need to see how we can harness that potential. First observation is, unlike other, so this is a very interesting chart. So we did by age cohort what is our media consumption, and the first thing that stands out is the older you are, less types of media you consume. So for example, the silent generation, which are basically the senior citizens, you have 41% of them can be accessed by using only one medium. As you go down, millennials and Gen Z, which are actually the younger age cohort, they are more comfortable, they might be spending less time per medium, but they are actually consuming more media. And therefore, by default, whenever your brand is youth-centric, you need to be multimedia just to ensure that you reach them. Second most important observation, again compared to different from other markets, we are a single TV homes, and that leads to something interesting India-specific observations. Let us take co-viewing. Co-viewing is people with whom you are watching a TV program. So this is a grid where on the axis here you have male 0 to 2 means male person with whom is he co-viewing. What is very interesting is if you go to males 22 and 30, actually the bulk of his co-viewing, he's watching much of his TV along with his mother who is in the age of 41 to 50, and that goes up when he is at 31 to 40, though then you can also see that he is also co-viewing with his partner because that is 29%, but actually most of the time he is co-viewing with his mother or his mother-in-law because the percentage goes up very high. And this sort of shocks you if you actually see you are a youth brand, you want to target to youth in his or her specific relevance, but most of the time if you use TV, you are actually ending up in an environment where he is sharing the viewing behavior with his mother or his mother-in-law. Now, even more interesting is that actually the co-viewing with the specified partners actually increases in the prime time. So most marketers that I speak to, they say what's the percentage of prime time even if they are actually targeting youth. What this clearly shows is the more you go to youth, if your target audience is youth, and the more you advertise in prime time, actually you are only going behind the ratings and not much of relevance. Assuming in co-viewing, you will be much more attention when he is so doing. In our analytics, or this analytics therefore over across various studies which are youth-centric brands, cricket and off-prime sports, they actually do well. For example, interestingly, I was just doing an analysis of Spotify. They have used all sorts of channels in the non-prime time, and they seems to be doing quite well. And cricket, we know why there is such a huge thing intuitively on digital-first brands and youth-centric brands understand this, and the weightage on cricket is so high. So the learning is you can't have one master template. For example, certain brands use a certain mix of channels. I just do it the same way. It just doesn't work because we are youth-centric. We have to be doing everything else what a large FMCG like Ritual doesn't does. Now, I also said that when you are going to youth, we need to have multiple channels, and if assuming in the top funnel, much of that will be on video, there are two ways actually you can combine the linear TV, which gives you high reach. Like I told you, still the people who watch TV is quite high. On two bases, one is called CPIR, that is cost per incremental reach, and the other is econometrics. So on a cost per incremental reach, what you do, and like Sudhir was just saying, it becomes an algorithmic buy. So you have a campaign budget, let's say of 4 crores, then the algorithm will split it into small chunks, let's say of 4 lakhs each as one chunk, and it will first go and buy. It will find out which of the 3 options, let's say linear TV, Facebook video, YouTube, just to give an example, and it will go on iteratively finding out at every chunk that it buys, which is adding an incremental reach. We know in India we don't have a single panel data, but there are very robust probabilistic methods in which you can add the incremental reach, and then it will go on keeping and doing it here, and finally you will get the maximum reach for the given budget, and that's what is called as the CPIR. Now there are advantages. The advantage is basically you are reaching a lot more people for the given budget, but you are also reaching certain advantages of digital, which is targeting, and also you are comparing TV and digital in one trade. The advantage on TV, like I showed you in viewing, is actually it meets multiple audiences. The spillover is very high on TV and there is no spillover on digital. So for example, if you are a fog, and actually you will be surprised that a lot of fog users actually come from the older age group. And if you are very targeting on digital on youth, you will be losing out on that opportunity. In City algorithm, we assume both are equal and we go ahead, and that's one big flaw. But otherwise, in terms of reach, it will be maximized. The other way to do it is through econometrics. In econometrics, we model for outcome. So the econometrics today is fairly well advanced. So if we get the data of final outcome and we have the data on TV spends and digital spends and capturing certain other variables, we will be able to build what are called as multiplicative models. I don't want to get too technical. What it means is the interaction between one medium and the other medium is built into mathematics. And then once we build the model, we can simulate and we will be able to find out what is the best ratio in which the simulation happens together. And so that will take care of all the other things, including co-viewing and TV, targetability in digital, and it does not hit you to miss out one up against the other. And typically, if I do like this across various models that we build, and this keeps changing. So the 70-30 is as per today for most of the youth brands that we have done, it's around 70-30. And tomorrow it can even change as the digital reach goes higher. And also it depends on each market specific conditions. Then the third point that I wanted to discuss is about microtarget. And why do I say microtarget is? So if you take what I've done is I've plotted three charts. The first chart is for ceiling fan, where the penetration is very high, about 90, and you can see under each dot represents a state. So for example, there's a dot for TN, there's a dot for UP, Maharashtra, each of that is the state. You will see that in a highly penetrated category like ceiling fan, the population dispersion and the product category sales more or less are in line. But then let us take other category which is fridge, which is at around 34% penetration. The line is not so consistent. So there are some states which are over-indexed and many other states where the population is high, it is under-indexed. And if you take cars which is even less penetrated than fridge, you will see that the differences becomes even starker. So what the point here is, some of the Western models assume the purchasing power is equal, which might be true, but here we also have various conditions because of which each state are getting even a state, for example, if you take UP, which has a huge population, not all of UP have the same purchasing power. Western UP in general has a higher purchasing power than Eastern UP. So how do I account for all of this while I do targeting? So we have a framework called Madison that it takes three parameters. For example, ability, which includes variables from RBI like per capita bank deposit, right, at every district level. So this is done at every district. Per capita bank deposit, per capita bank branches, and also the employment structure. Like I said, employment structure is a very good proxy for consumption. Then you have awareness, including the reach of internet, and then you also have affordability, where we can change that. This is a category that we are doing. For example, consumer durable, house ownership, vehicle ownership is a general standardized thing we take at every district level. So if I do this, then what I get, for example, is that there are roughly around 740 districts today, and we have data for 640 districts in our system. We will be able to identify 192 districts where the consumption power is much higher than an average, and actually accounts for 70% of consumption on an average if I take those standard parameters. And what we normally suggest to marketers is these districts you need to do a specific hyper-local targeting. Actually, this approach is quite well recognized. In fact, if you were to see the Purchase India Special Edition, there's a mention of this framework that we have come up with at Madison called Madison Town and Country. So what again, like what it does is it clusters markets basis potential and also media homogeneity. Like I said, India is every 100 kilometers it changes. So that homogeneity is also built into the system, and then in the system we also have guardrails and tools so that we can go ahead and activate hyperlocal media at scale. So for example, some of the tools come with information. For example, you'll be surprised that in certain parts of Western UP, actually the YouTube penetration is much higher than TV, and typically if you were to build a plan TV would saturate in certain markets of beauty and you will end up spending a lot more money. But if you were to use the way of video planning where you consider TV and digital media as one, you will do better. Also, you know that in certain markets, especially the smaller ones, the short-form videos do well, and also by platform, we'll be able to know what are the short-form videos that do well. And thirdly, in print, actually the language print is quite important in certain markets. So we also have every edition level which for each of the districts, which editions you need to buy. So for example, instead of buying all of the editions, you can actually buy specific editions if the potential of those markets are high. And what this eventually does for the marketer is you get a lot more hyper-local at scale into those districts which we have shortest. So this is what I wanted to discuss today. So let me just go back and sort of summarize what I spoke about. In India, actually the thing that all marketers need to understand is there's a high amount of disparity, and at the same time the influence is growing up. To actually target in India, we need to do it on three axes. One is on mode of video access, like I showed you. Then there is a life stage way of looking at it. For example, housewives generally do consume a lot more TV, and your need of digital may be lesser there because they give you a lot higher reach. And then I also said if you are operating in a category which has low penetration and therefore you are going after the haves of the society, then actually you need to use the options like HD, which deliver much higher reach and even digital. And those households which give 50%, 33% consumption, makes a very good choice. Then we came to targeting by the life stage. So youth in India will be the biggest consumption potential because they are not only the youth consume more, we are fortunate enough to have 60% of Indians are actually under 30, and there's such a huge consumption path. When you come and plan for youth, please do not copy the same template, let's say, of any other FMCG companies. But being more specific about youth, some of the learnings that we have is the effectiveness is very high on cricket, on off-prime, especially certain genres. And more importantly, we need to add digital layer. We need to start with 70-30 and probably we can go ahead further and further. Then I said in certain cohorts we need to look at video planning and not see silos, digital and TV. And the two models, algorithms, as Sudhi was saying, which is basically either CPR or econometric, both are very robust ones. We can choose whether from our space the product that probably CPR will do well. And if we have certain things where you are trying to develop a category, then probably economic model should be used. And if you are only trying to win share gain, that means you need to have more higher sales. So probably you can go for higher reach, and CPR model is what you need to adopt. And third and the last part is we need to understand that our size is so huge that to actually win, we need to see India not as one, but as many Indias. And we have a basis in which we will be able to do hyper-local targeting at scale, and that's something that I just sort of demonstrated and that's what we have, which is called Madison country. So that's what I want to discuss about today. How there's a 120 trillion opportunity which we as marketers in this room can harness with better targeting. That's what I have. Any questions that you have?
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I just invite Mr. Alok Kale, VP Sales and Marketing Plans, to kindly join us on the stage and give a memento to Mr. Nagaraj Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. The memento 4.5 partners Yahoo. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, Mr. Nagaraj Krishnamurthy, joined by Mr. Alok Pandey. Let's give a huge round of applause and let's get more energy in the room, everyone. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move on to a very interesting segment. A panel discussion on whether the stock market reward brands who sacrifice brand building for short-term profits. We have with us Mr. V. Kamarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, Mr. Arnab Banerjee, COO of CF Limited, and Ms. N. Mahalakshmi, Senior Consulting Editor, Money Control. And also the moderator for the session is going to be Mr. Vikram Sakuja, the partner and Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. So with this and your round of applause, I'd now like to request our panelists along with our moderator to kindly join us. Oh yes, I can see the setup also being ugly, but please just stay tuned. I meanwhile request you all to please also hashtag PMAR 2022. We just request our speakers to just sit down for the moment while the stage is getting ready for the panel. Thank you all for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an exciting panel discussion. We have with us Mr. V. Kamarajan, we've got Arnab Banerjee, N. Mahalakshmi, and the moderator of the session is going to be Mr. Vikram Sakuja, who will be joining us. So, as I can see the stage now being ready and the mics being put on the podium, we just request with your warmest and kindest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, requesting our panelists to kindly please join us. Joining us on the stage is Ms. V. Kamarajan, we've got Arnab Banerjee, we've got N. Mahalakshmi, and the moderator of the session is Mr. Vikram Sakuja. Over to you, take it forward.
Thank you so much. Hi, Becky, and things are just getting warmed up now. Really honored and privileged to be moderating this very eminent panel. We have Arnab, who is CI, who is Blue Star, and Mahalakshmi, who is Money Control. We have a pretty interesting topic on our hands today. You can read behind me. The motion is really that stock markets reward companies that sacrifice brand building for quarterly profits. Who better to deliberate on this than a person who studies the markets every day, and of course, two CEOs have to battle every quarter with results and their businesses. I'm hoping to glean some insights about what are the compulsions and what are the kind of ways in which we can actually overcome stock market pressures and actually have marketing work without constraints. So I'm going to dive right in. I'm hoping to go through this nice and tight panel, so I'm hoping to cover this panel 3 or 4 times. I'm going to start by trying to establish a link between markets and quarterly results. So, Dhyan, let's start with you. Markets eagerly await the quarterly results of companies. Are there any deliberations within company management on how markets are likely to react to quarterly results?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vikram. Congratulations to Madison for yet another impressive report. So it's a privilege to be part of this panel. I'm in this game for many years. I'm CNBC or ET now and others. In fact, by coincidence, tomorrow morning I have an ET now, which is as well. I don't think we should be or we are looking at the stock market price in determining the stock market price, what will the outcome in thinking about the quarterly results about? It's an outcome of what we deliver every quarter. So you have very little control over how the stock market will behave. So therefore, what I would be, or what the CEO should be interested in, and it is the shareholder value creation we are supposed to do. And for that, the results are very important. So shareholder value creation in short term would be different, and long term should be different, and the stock market behaves in a different manner altogether. But my belief is that in the long run, as long as you create the value, you will get the right valuation. So there is no point in trying to do things day to day, keeping in mind the stock price at all.
So if I may, give you a little bit of that, are you saying quarterly results are, whatever you have to report, you really aren't worried too much about what the stock market is going to think?
Not at all. And I also believe that nobody should be worried about that as well. Because what is the role? The role is for the board or the top management is to deliver results in line with the strategy. And the stock market is behaving based on your potential to deliver or what you actually deliver. In that context, it is important that you deliver good results. And in that process, I am saying, don't worry about the stock market price of today or tomorrow at all. Stock market will react. But if you consistently deliver results, you will get the valuation you want. And most importantly, forget the stock market, because you're talking about the stock market as an umpire of this. Look at the CEO himself in the quarterly results. CEO's own performance incentive or the variable pay can be impacted, because we are not a country with so much of ESOPs in the float, or our compensation is not, majority of the companies are not linked to stock market price at all. There are, in US you'll find the stock market valuation of the developed markets, it is there in some companies in India. So therefore, your goal is to deliver results as expected of you. Do not worry about the stock market price at all.
That sounds comforting. We'll come back to that. Arnav, you joined SIAC in 2005 before it went public. Are the P&L measures any different once you list a company?
Oh, SIAC was public.
It was then? I thought it was big problem. I thought it was later.
No, it was public then. So yeah, so I would tend to agree with what you just said. And I would like to add something to that, is that it's all about a consistent story to all stakeholders, including the stock market investors, including your partners, business partners, and the employees within. So you cannot just swing in and swing out of a strategy in a quarter-to-quarter basis. And as long as the story is cogent and consistent, I think all the stakeholders are mature enough to understand where you are going and what you are going to do. So if there are the results are little up and down because of factors which are short term. Your inputs and outputs will be little up and down. As long as the story is cogent and you have clear view of that and you share it with all the stakeholders transparently, I think that's the way to go, and people understand that.
Story is more important than the results. Now, Lakshmi, you have to actually bring the reality check into this entire thing. As agencies, we sometimes feel that clients suddenly bring the axe down on budgets every quarter, even though the top line growth seems to be there. It seems to be that border protection, the profit protection seems to be concerned. How do you think markets behave? Are they really rewarding revenue, profit, consistency, sharp gains? What is your take? Would you agree with these eminent speakers?
Okay. So I knew on this that I don't want to sit in judgment about how this works really, because saying is as true as what these gentlemen are saying. That is why I brought the numbers. So we just looked at like a very quick match to see what is the ad to sales ratio for the last 15 years and how do they correlate with stock market returns on a quarterly basis, including some amount of lead time. So, because the results come in like, 15 days late or so, and so on. And as it turns out, there is absolutely zero correlation between ad spends and stock market returns. And I'll tell you some of the start numbers. Imami, the year where they spent the most, okay, which is 19% of sales, was 2018, and that is the year where the stock market return was paltry at 1.24%. Okay, so I have numbers for government, consumer, HUL, ITC, and all of this, and ITC is absolutely classic because they've had a steady ad to sales ratio for the last 15 years. For the first 5-7 years, it's 3%, next 5-7 years, it's 2%, and nothing can be more erratic than their yearly performance over the past few years. So there is, when you articulate this discussion saying that sacrificing quarterly profits, stock markets do not reward companies that build brand. And sacrifice building brands and prioritize that over the quarterly profits. It presupposes that there is a positive correlation between them, and that's not true at all. At least that's not what the numbers of the top 5-6 consumer companies tell.
This is brilliant. We are less than 10 minutes into the panel discussion, and all three of my eminent panelists have absolutely dismissed the notion. But I'm going to bash on regardless. So, again, I'm going to come to you, Tia. Is it a myth that we find that if you have an annual plan and an annual budget, there are quarter by quarter, it's almost like in a September suddenly you see budgets fall or increase, likewise in a December, likewise in a March, especially in a March. Then why is that? Is that a wrong observation? Because we definitely see a quarter to quarter behavior. So is that happening within the company management and it's got nothing to do with the stock market?
Yeah, first of all, I firmly believe we should not be, judging the stock market at all. They are not into this at all. As she pointed out, stock market behavior is irrespective of what you spend in advertising, specifically on other things. I'll tell you where you're there with me. Number one is, it is the top management or the CEO's decision, if at all he is going to be controlling certain expenses. Now, whether he will be doing it in order to produce the results, the answer is yes, he can do. It is being done. I will blunt about it. He can be doing it. Now, but then you can do it only for a very short period of time. In exceptional circumstances, let us say, for example, that there is a pandemic and there is chaos, there is a huge uncertainty. At that point of time, you want to control the expenses, you will go ahead and do. But in the history of the company, in the long term, he cannot be using this as a tool that every quarter he is going to be doing it. If he is doing so, or if he is thinking he is budgeting something and he is maneuvering with this, his business is anyway going to suffer. So the fundamental truth is what? The CEO's goal is not to spend advertising expenses. CEO goal is to deliver the results as per the strategy. Now, we will also talk about that. Is it CEO so autonomous, he can do anything, so there is a governance structure. So therefore, I am keeping stock market out of it. They don't interfere in your what you spend, what you did spend at all. There is a board which is approving the strategy and the strategic goals and the vision for the company. So it may have a market share goal, let us say, or a revenue growth share. Now, in that strategy, you will know that our competitive landscape, what should be the mix, and where you have to invest in terms of capital expenses, invest in terms of revenue expenditure, invest specifically in terms of advertising, because we are in the Madison advertising, the board advertising is an important today. And they are going to be looking at human resources, what you are going to invest in. So broadly, the board has looked into and has approved the strategy. The decision right on approving the strategy is with the board, definitely. I also believe the board's decision is not what is the advertising expense. They are not approving the advertising expense. They are approving your strategic goals and the direction that you are taking and the resources that you are going to allocate. The very first thing you have to ask is whether the board opposition has the competent people to be advising and arriving at, because they are not included in the executive day-to-day work at all. So that is also is defined. It is a mature thing today. You are supposed to be disclosing what is your board composition, where are competencies that are required or available within the board or law. The next part of it is connected with the executive. He can, in the quarter, do, as I mentioned, you are in extreme circumstances. If he is going to be deviating that, the board has definitely a say in produce profit by cutting down certain expenses. Now, in Blue Star, we follow a practice, even for a variable pay of general manager sales or vice president, the profit additional that is shown by cutting down an investment that is required will not be accounted as a profit at all. We had established this practice. A vice president of a particular division met a target by cutting down in advertising expenses, that is removed. So he cannot be saying I produced this profit unless until company as a whole, as an informed decision, board was told that we have cut down this resource. That's same for a capital expenditure. Why are we discussing advertising about? A capital expenditure, a company can go in and differ, let us say a digital or anything. So therefore, there are checks and balances. My view is that whether they may be doing for 1 quarter or 2 quarters, if he is consistently going to do it, if he is going to pay a price, the business will suffer, board has every right to press it. And now, when next year he comes back for the budget, he has to explain he has not spent the money, he budgeted something, and how he can be asking for. Unless and until the board is so very blind.
Okay, let me just move further on this one. Yeah, and you said this sort of basically said that it's a strategy, overall business plan, and that's what you're working to. But then why do we get the feeling that the one cost which is probably the easiest to cut is marketing? And because that is a big cost, you can't cut raw material costs and all immediately. At least in one's experience, one has been in organizations, not necessarily just listed ones, where it has been used as a tool to shore up profits, where you actually do profit protection by budget cuts. Now, if do you believe this happens? Because at least I think it's pretty obvious to, at least to me, that it does. In which case, the question then becomes, why is it that brand building, which requires more investments, long-term investments, and typically the value of a brand building manifests itself in a goodwill of the balance sheet, as against spends which actually add up to P&L. I get the sense that the P&L is being given the focus over long-term balance sheet goodwill. Is my assertion correct or not?
I think it's not a 0-1 kind of situation. If anyone states that the advertising budget is left untouched because of profit pressures, that is untrue. But will it go to 50% cut, 0%, 100% cut? That's also untrue. So you have to navigate the whole thing by looking at the realities quarter on quarter. But the fact is that it's not a discretionary spend. It is a strategic spend. Okay. So if there are people who make it 0 for 2-3 quarters, they will suffer. The awareness level of the brand will go down. The action orientation towards the brand will go down, and market share will go down. So there is a consequence of long-term erosion of market share, business, and profits if you just focus on the short term. So yes, some amount does happen, and I think there is nothing wrong with that. It should happen. If you do it short term, let's say if you cut it by 20-30%, no permanent damage happens. Yes, awareness will go down a little bit, but the brand health parameters are by and large not impacted. So if you can glide through the quarters like that and nicely, then it is perfectly okay, and there's nothing wrong in that. And it happens. So as long as you are cogent with the long-term story of how much time will it take, let's say there's an existing brand which is throwing cash into the operation, and you also have new businesses and new brands coming up, right? So they will not generate cash. They will you can call it loss funding, or you can call it respectfully strategic funding, whatever you want to call it. So there has to be a story behind that. I may have an appetite of funding it for 2 years or 20 years. As long as I have that appetite, transparently share with all stakeholders, everybody listens, everybody understands what I'm doing. And in a quarter-to-quarter scenario, yes, it can go down by 20%. It can go up by 30%, that's fine. Absolutely fine.
So, Madison, we are hearing that there needs to be a consistent story which the market buys into. We also see that when the likes of Nykas and Zomatos, without any corporate lists, they get a reasonably good reception. There is a little bit of a peak upward, but they did get a good reception. But when it comes to legacy companies, every quarter when you guys report, the only thing the headline says is net up so much and or sales up so much. I don't see a single thing about a story which says we hired so many more people or anything like that sort. So if story is everything, that's not what you guys put in your headlines. What's the real story?
You are absolutely right. So this is half truth, although, if I were to say seriously, this is half. Markets, from a stock market perspective, it is absolutely true that in the near term, or even in the medium term, markets buy into narratives and stories. And only over a period of time are you tested. I don't think I will dismiss the market reception to Nykaa or any of the other companies, because we have to understand the context of what is driving this whole thing. If you go back to the Great Depression period, at that time markets were looking at cash as a proxy for companies' value, and they would value a company based on cash. Because lots of companies didn't have business, but they had huge amount of cash in their books. So the metric that was used was earnings to cash, and or net assets and so on. And then there was a period in the US when earnings started picking up, the highways came up, and brands started getting built up, and people started, with Buffett and followers of Buffett. They said that we will place our faith in companies that can create large brands and which become cash machines, and therefore we will be able to we are willing to value the company not for its assets, but based on the earnings that they will throw up. Now we have come to a situation where in this digital space, as it's turning out to be a winner-take-all kind of market, where you get to dominate a certain space and the profit pool in that space. So the competition intensity in businesses is changing, and digital companies and entirely had an oligopoly. Now competition is coming down on that, and these companies are probably going to be monopolies or duopolies, and that means that you're going to be able to dominate a huge profit pool, and that is what the markets are right now discounting. Of course, there is a lot of exuberance because of easy liquidity and all of that, but we don't need to get there. So, in the traditional companies, I think one of the things that also powers these companies is they are able to raise a lot of cash, and there is a bit of greater fool theory that plays out there, that you know that somebody is going to come and buy out, and therefore the rate change and go on. In larger companies, largely their ability to throw away, why is it that today, isn't it clear to Rajiv Bajaj that electric vehicles is going to be a big thing? Why is it that they are not putting in money out there? I think the important thing to understand, whether it is Nykaa or Ola or any other company, the brand, the way the markets look at it, brand is supposed to deliver for the company, and it is valued only for the economic value or economic returns that can generate. And as long as the market is able to see that the brand creation exercise will yield returns in a respectable period of time, these days it's, we could talk about 30 years or so, the market will receive it well. So there is a narrative, because you are saying, for example, Uber, classic case. Uber has openly said that they don't see the company making profits. Why is it valued today at $70 billion? Because they have convinced the world that they are going to be either the number one or number two player in ride-hailing services across the world. And if I remember correctly, when they came out with an IPO, the initial price was 1/10 of what it was finally pegged at. Because, I mean, while they were still a private company, because they said that the addressable market was no longer just US, they hoped to address the entire world. And that pretty much changed the calculation and investors bought into that. So today, even in Nika's case, if Nika would have been valued very differently if it were still only in the cosmetic space, and we are buying into that, they are able to attract a lot more value because they have been able to demonstrate that they will be able to replicate that success even in the fashion space, which is much bigger. So there is a lot of storytelling and narrative in it. At the same time, at some point in time, these things will have to come through and they have to deliver those economic returns for the
That's a fascinating sort of thread that you picked up, and the other will come to that, because what I really got out of this is there are CEOs and there are CEOs. There seem to be some CEOs, and I profess to be one of them, who's conditioned to be thinking that I have to deliver top line, bottom line. And then others like Uber and Elon Musk of Tesla, who will not even talk about any of this, and they just talk about changing the entire sort of the way world should be looked at. What is your, if the stock market is not determining this, and it's really the company management that is doing it, it's really coming down to the how CEOs are seeing what their measure of success is. What's your perspective?
So, ironically, what you mentioned before is true. When you have to cut the cost, advertising is very easy to do. An employee headcount reduction or a salary reduction is a very painful process. It cannot. And connected with capital expenditure, it is not you can do it. And in 1 minute, half a day, things can be done to cut the advertising expense. That is true, ironically. Now, having dealt with quarterly results for over 15 years, my thing is the first problem is with the companies. You are writing the quarterly results press report in a typical way, talking about the numbers, and you can write about other intangibles you have done, and the press doesn't take notice of it. That's the truth. Now, in a 5-minute interview in a television channel, it is these that are talked about, and you will not be having an opportunity to talk about the intangibles in the advertising. Next one is there are CEOs who will be able to talk about the brand, but if you take the total universe, the number of CEOs who will come forward to talk about the brand building expenses will be very limited. Now, I'm not worried so much about the press, they are important. But an informed investor community is the analyst fund managers who have spent time with you to understand your long-term strategy or the new product categories you are getting into, how you are going to be positioning yourself, and therefore, if you are going to be spending in advertising, whether it has a correlation with your market share goals and initially you will spend more. This long-term story, you have an opportunity to tell that. But in quite a few companies, you leave the job to a CFO. And when CEO is talking, he may not be covering it. I've seen this, that you can pick up today 50 analyst reports. I can share it with you. There it is being talked about the brand building or the advertising expenses. It is not as there at all. It will talk about the margin, it will talk about raw material prices, it will talk about capacity addition, new categories you are getting into, merger acquisition. It's not talking about advertising, they are not trained to. The people who are dealing with them, or the analysts who are discussing with you, they are also not attaching the value. That is the issue. At the end of the day, if I have to succeed, I need the revenue growth that will come from the market share. Or I create new categories. Now, for that, I need to invest in brand building. I'm not saying advertising alone, there are a number of other things that are supposed to be done. And there, I am supposed to be investing, I am of the view, the stock market will recognize that, not only in the new economy, in the conventional legacy business is the stock market will grant you that you are supposed to be investing. I do not worry about it. But we are not doing a proper communication out there. We are believing it is only bottom line that is important. But I will the stock market share with you the data. Because your 1 quarter or 2 quarter is down, they are not bringing down the price.
So, in fact, this today's newspaper itself had this very interesting headline that the choice is being given to the company whether they need to separate the chairman and the managing director. It's not going to be sort of pushed down on any one company. Do you think this is opening up an opportunity for companies to bring out two directors? The chairman who can actually manage the stakeholders with stories, maybe it can be more than just a top line, bottom line kind of story. Or do you think the CEOs, what do you agree with the argument? Do you think the CEOs also need to broaden their narrative from maybe a very P&L oriented one?
No, I think the role of the chairman and the board is quite different from the operating team. The operating team is led by the CEO. And I do not see the chairman coming into this kind of a role of handling stakeholders, especially investors. It is the CEO's role, and it depends on the orientation of the CEO in particular. I partially agree with that, but I've seen CEOs giving a completely different picture, which is more holistic or more skewed towards brand building and even R&D focus in some cases. So it depends on the company that he represents, it depends on the values or the vision that he represents and brings to the table. And the journey that he's going to take in the next 5 to 10 years, including the next 2-3 quarters. Yes, there are people who cover a wide gamut of things, right? Including brand, expense. Expense is just an input to it. So I don't see really the board or the chairman coming into it. It's the executive that should keep doing it, and it has to do the job well. If the executive team thinks that brand is important for his business and brand loyalty or is important for market share gains, etc., he'll bring that to play in the story that he shares.
Great. I think I have time for just one more round in which, look, I think if I have to just summarize where we are in the panel discussion right now, it almost seems that the stock market is completely irrelevant to the functioning of the company. That is what the management is all responsible for. So if we are really talking about budgets going up and down, we shouldn't find a scapegoat in a share market. That is entirely the doings of the company. However, over time, there has to be obviously a certain performance that the company is sort of is delivering and they are communicating.
Victor, stock market is not irrelevant. That is not discussed. That was a huge stretch. I think stock market is very relevant because it is a reflection of how the market is looking forward at the company. And if we are getting valued same as industry, better than industry peers, worse than industry peers, it's an input to us. Am I getting re-rated, de-rated? It's an input to us. So there is huge value from the stock market, and there is so much scrutiny in the public space. And there are sometimes blind spots also do come up from management as to say there's something that we need to focus on going forward. So it's part of the ecosystem. It's like any other stakeholders, and we value that.
What is your take at this point in time on investor maturity? Are they able to see through the results and actually see the strength of the company?
I think I would like to shine the mirror to ourselves. If we share what we want to share and what we believe in, which is going to produce results not only next quarter but quarter after quarter, investors are definitely listening. They listen and they appreciate that. And then of course the performance has to live up to that expectation.
And Tyag, do you think institutional investors lead the thinking in this and retail investors follow, or do retail investors have a mind and goals of their own?
India is moving towards largely institutional investors. The mutual funds are growing, and the retail investor is not going to create that valuation delta. It is the In certain cases, PE investor can. Otherwise, it is institutional investors who are, and they have insight into what you are doing. And you have got, they can see through, you had this expenditure in order to do this. If you explain this is what you are doing for this purpose, they will be able to give you the time and dedication. My only complaint, that you asked a question whether they are mature enough, kind of, they are. I complain about investment, the analyst fund managers, huge turnaround. Every quarter you will meet somebody else. So once in 6 months, there are, he will be in this fund, he will move to that fund, and he will move to that fund. That is the frustrating thing. Otherwise,
one area which I would love to know, in the last 6 months, we've seen a slew of these new age companies without a profit to talk of investing into the market with actually success. Now, they were investors, they were private equity investors who had funded these companies, and they were encouraging them to do marketing work. Now that it is listed, do you expect them to change their narrative?
No, that is again true, because as a private company, there is a lot of room, and as we all know, in the past few years, all this has private equity investments, or the venture space has really exploded because of easy money. And so then obviously when you go into the public markets, you become a lot more answerable and accountable to public shareholders. The expectations are definitely very different. And how much, again, it comes back to the same thing. How do you build your narrative? How you keep narrative? And you can always, steer to a direction and say, hey, we are doing this because we are building this business here, or we are building a brand here. Look at Amazon. Amazon did not do net profits for a long time, but they were able to convince the market they were investing for the future. And if they were to dominate the space, they have to.
And if you heard Sam in the report, e-commerce is about 4,000 crores, and Amazon has a big chunk of that. They've actually learned to monetize in advertising right now.
I know, Vikram, that after 4 decades of working in both economy companies, they can get a job in a company where you will make more loss and more burning of money at the day. Very free of cost.
Okay, on that, one last word from each of the panelists on accountability. What do you think? What is the kind of accountability you think that a CEO should sort of project to the market? Basically was the narrative that a CEO should project?
The buck stops at the CEO's table. So he's accountable for the entire performance. And if there's expectation built up, which is reflected in the share price today, he has to live up to that.
Yeah.
I always believe in long-term value creation. It's not the quarterly results. No. Even after I resign or retire, the foundation that is laid should create value for the company over a long period of time. In that context, brand is very important. But by the way, sorry, the brand is talked about, and you will find it merger and acquisitions. The valuation of the company, dying alone, we talk about, and it will have a huge value there.
So, because we're talking in the context of stock markets, Buffett has a brilliant quote which says that markets behave like investors behave like a voting machine in the short run and a weighing machine in the long run. So in the short run, they just say who vote for the most popular, and in the long run, they obviously give value for the most weighty companies.
Wonderful, guys. If you look at Mahalakshmi's display picture in a WhatsApp, Warren Buffett is displaying something into a year. And that's probably what he just told her. And a big applause for this wonderful panel. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the applause needs to be roaring. What a fabulous panel discussion this is. We just request our panelists to please step in the center for a group photograph. Just requesting you to please stand in the center for a group photograph. And also at this moment, as we have our panel on the stage, we are Going to request Alok Jalan, the MD, Multimedia Group, to kindly join us on the stage and give a memento to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again, and thank you so much, Mr. Jalan, for joining us. So as the warm handshakes are being exchanged, we're requesting Mr. Jalan to give away mementos co-powered by partners Yahoo to all our panelists and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, a great panel discussion, and thank you so much, Vikram, for moderating it so wonderfully. You are completely engaged throughout, and thank you to all our esteemed panelists. Of course, we'd like a group photograph with Mr. Alok Jalan himself as well. Also do remember to keep hashtagging as we are now progressing to our next session. Thank you once again to our eminent panelists for joining us. So the past 2 years, we've seen COVID accelerating growth for digital like never before. But TV, however, has retained its position of getting the maximum share of the index. Within that, news witnessing a huge spike in viewership, especially during the peak of COVID, but that hasn't been without its share, a fair share of controversies. The return of the marked ratings for the news channels is certainly a cause for celebration, but what still remains, the most important, is credibility. But we believe that one man has all the answers, and we can't wait to hear about. He's going to be speaking about why credible numbers and authentic sources in news is the need of the hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for me to invite on the stage Avinash Pandey, CEO, ABP Network.
Thank you, Sam, Lara, Vikram. When Vikram approached me that can you speak on BARC in this session again, I said this is what I have been doing for the last 2 years. Day in, day out, that's what the news broadcasters right now grappling with BARC methodology, and I think I said last time what I spoke, some changes has happened. One of the most significant one that Vikram has become the now Telecom chairman. And with that note, I'm very kind to Vikram, so will not speak much and let my colleague Vinita do the honor of quizzing me as soon as we get on the stage together. So, the topic that I was given was credible numbers and authentic source. Friends, in 2021, at this point of time, on the same platform, I spoke to all of you through Zoom call. It was quite an extensive presentation that I made on the problem with the TV rating today and what all is happening across the world. The need of the hour, the credible numbers from authentic source, because credible numbers and authentic sources cannot happen unless we also act with the speed of the changes that is happening around the world. And it's quite embarrassment actually for us as an industry leader that even after 7 years of BARC and industry leaders on the drawing board working together, we still are discussing today the credibility and authenticity of the BARC numbers. It's quite an embarrassment. But all said and done, it is the profit that makes the industry churn. And if you look at the performance of the top network, it reflects the impact of the data absence. In fact, one of the GEC CEO asked me why you guys are willing to go for the number. And I said, normally news channels don't act on their own. You get a call. And since now the Prime Minister has declared the Parliament, we are all happily going ahead with the launch of the BARC numbers. Having said that, a data which is under so much of cloud but still life goes on. It reflects here. I'm talking about the YTD result number of the 3 quarters of all the major news channels. Their revenue growth has been 15 to 30%. Their profitability has jumped up. Content seems to be quite same. And what I remember with this number is that what when I joined Star News long back, what Rupert Murdoch used to tell in the initial days, that either people should love you or hate you. They should not ignore you. What has happened with Bach mythology, it has just reached that level. It simply either did not matter or nobody bothered about it. Slide 3, please. Bach managed to, and that's what me and Raj were discussing just now. On a one fine day, after the gap of 6 months from the time to Bach, when the Bach came, all of us expense to procuring the data went drastically up, not once, 2. It is multiple times, 4 to 5 times. But agencies and clients who are sitting here who always talk about ROI, if I look at the ROI as a news broadcaster, what have we got? If you look at our growth numbers, it has not come because of the Bach reporting an X amount of audience and it. It has happened because either we have launched multiple products, started digital, or started diversifying our businesses. So, what is the ROI about Bach? What has changed so much in the last 4 years to be specific? First year, it was the cost of the data. A lot of people talked about the story initially about 4 years back. In 2017, I remember, people were talking about the growth of the OTT and how it is going to change the way TV viewing is happening. But largely, those both happened because the cost of the bandwidth went down drastically. I still remember in 2014, in one of the top 4 consulting house told me that it is not going to happen in India until 2020. It happened in 2018 because of the cost of the downward cost of the bandwidth. The second was the pandemic, which only accelerated it. And third, the regulatory changes completely changed the way we consume television today or the content today. If you look at one of the articles that I picked up and in fact, in my group I circulated for people to read it, what was happening with the pandemic time even in the United States of America? That the connected TV and the multiple screens that people were using it, Nielsen was unable to measure it or was not reporting it correctly. Broadcasters, including NBC Universal, got united with the fellow broadcasters and they started telling the advertiser and agency that we will give you the data. Don't look at the Nielsen data. Nielsen, as a professional company, managed to change itself at a very high speed. They have come out with, but Raj is here. Wood is not releasing its data to anybody else. Wood is selling its own data. Hotstar is selling its own data. And Sam, you have rightly projected in your report that large amount of the multiple screen advertising is going to change the way the advertising growth is going to happen. Therefore, next slide please. Bach seems to be leading a crisis which is created by its own. It is very difficult for an industry leader to accept this, that something that we all got on the table to create. One of the founding members said last year in the same pitch Madison that all the broadcasters should get out of this rating system. What an irony of a system which was created by all of us. Peter Mukherjee, at the time of his book release, the same Exchange for Media, and I'm giving a lot of credit now also, the Exchange for Media, I thought of not keeping any article on any Indian publications. He said that news channels need to be measured on accuracy and independence and depth. We need to understand in this room that most of you who are media planner and buyer and clients, we don't use the data only for selling. We don't use the data to give you best ad space. We use largely the data to create better content than every day what we did last year. what we did the last week. What happens if the content that trivializes the news starts giving you more rating? And therefore, when the rating got announced, even Anurag questioned this, that why there is so much of hurry. Next slide, please. So in the pitch Madison, I said last year, this I summarized it, that what needs to be done as a 4-point program, that you must improve your sampling and population estimates. I said that look, RPD technology is available, why don't we use it? I am now told that RPD is on its path of being included. I asked for structural and operational improvement, TechCom to be expanded and independent members to be added. Governance, transparency, accountability, expansion of board, independent chairman and independent members, and correcting the metrics of the division rating, which is a cross-screen measurement. That's why I say, Sam, that this particular platform is very important, because most of it, Sashi Bhattapati committee actually admitted and asked BARC to implement it. We should call people more here to speak, because maybe there are policy changes or radical changes happening. And that's what Bhattapati committee report said. Next slide, please. So, what we are saying that BARC has already agreed to expand the panel homes, reform the TechCom, bring independent member. I do not know where they are. They are still discussing and finding out right people, change board composition, work is in progress, and look at IATLA through the manual interference, which is done, but it is still debating. Next one, please. So BARC still needs to do more, and what is that more? Next. In this year, 2020, not this year, but last year, BARC on its own linearly expanded its base without an establishment study. In a country where the NTO2, NTO1 came, and the COVID happened, such mass migration happened, how can you linearly expand your base? Next one, please. Then the news channels, news genre. There are more news channels in this country than GEC. Yet what is the representation here? Most people who sat on the drawing board of BARC were largely working for GEC channel. There is another point that is very important for us to note. What I have discovered is that the extrapolation or the methodology is based on census. But when you multiply, it is based on voter poll data or polling list data. Now for a GEC, it does not affect much. For news channels, it can be do or die. Because chances might be that all your meter boxes are installed at areas which are largely voting for a particular party, and hence aligned to a kind of view. And thus we'll watch only those contents which are aligned to that. Next one, please. We also said last year that look, the original model was based on BARC. Somehow it is still the way it should be implemented, that agencies which is actually measuring it, reporting it, and analyzing it should be separate. I hope it's getting done now. And you also spoke about, somebody spoke about just before this, that the mode of the signal delivery has to be extremely important factor for measurement science, which is still not there in the case of BARC, and that's why you find the HD number in such a next. And last but not the least, the landing page valuation. Today, no matter how good content you create, somebody goes and buy a landing page, and BARC starts showing that people have all of a sudden started liking it much more than anything else. And hence, next one please. So, unless we adopt all this, the toxicity of the content will not go away, and content malpractices will not stop. Next one, please. So, what does it take for BARC to be credible? What we are suggesting in a world where the data is available live. And here I would like to give you an example, two examples I will give you. Okay. In the UP election, when I started meeting politicians just before the election, they were bothered about only two products which can affect the election outcome in media space. One was in the space of digital, one was television channel. The digital was high competition, Lalarka, and the news channel was AP Ganga. AP Ganga was just launched before WARC actually went in the hibernation. And the number that it reflects in the real life, that if you go in the town and villages, you will see, I do not have that picture actually, I asked for the picture, it came very late. We had a show called on a train, and every single station, there were at least about 100 to 200 people welcoming that train from different places of India. That's a very big Ganga channel that has done. There are a lot of such stories, but unfortunately in the market we will never see these reflections. Next, please. So that's what we are looking at. We are looking at credibility, speed, similarity of sources, global benchmark, and huge self-regression. So there is a need now, next one please, on the research design, collection of input level data, and finally, what the bar panel, the way the bar was designed, that at each level, actually it should be a different agency we should be doing. And this is just the mosaic which I presented last time also in United Kingdom. Even after spending 5 times to 7 times the money, we don't get something like this. In United Kingdom, advertiser can advertise for couple working in central London, no kid, having so much of income. In India, frankly, Sam, your driver, us are probably in the same NCCS classification group, which has not changed since the time it got. Even if you look at the Nielsen Prism in the United States, next one please. This is mosaic from UK. There are so many cuts that are available which is still not. So, lastly, next one please. The bar learning tells us that look, tuning device rating into people rating, turning device rating into people rating, panel for linear TV, device-based TV. This has to be, they have already started, bar has already started it, Nielsen is doing in US, and on a daily data and dynamic targeting of the viewership. Next one please. So that's what, as a broadcaster, what I pitch for is that the source should be independent, and technology will allow you that your source is without any interference. Monitoring should be unbiased, and crowdsourcing should be done to plot the patterns. Therefore, look, the world is changing. Platform wants their own data, and they don't want to share the data with third party. And what if TV news channels start owning and sharing their own live data? By the way, I must tell you, we are already very aggressively working as news broadcaster on that direction. That we will create a parallel system which is based on technology rather than the sample noise. In that case, what will be the future of BARC? Also, the BARC should think, which I said, that the BARC is in crisis, not because of us. BARC should think when most of the content moves on demand, what will the role of BARC? It does not measure multiple screens. With that, I will call Vanita to come and quiz me on some interesting questions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now joining us on the stage is Vanita Vishwani, and we're going to be having the setup being done. Vanita Vishwani, CEO Madison Media, Sigma at Madison World. It's going to be an insightful chat between the two of you, and believe me, it's going to be very interesting, and we're looking forward to that. So, thank you. All right, great. So, we do open up for the audience questions as well. Would the team be comfortable with face-to-face, or should we just align the chairs possibly towards the No, I think we should do it towards the audience. Yes.
I've not faced an agency for some time on a call like this.
Well, looking forward to you.
Thank you. So, I was just looking at your detail. You just told me I'll speak for 5 minutes, but we know what 5 minutes means for Avinash, right? So, very fun. I'm just kidding. So thank you for all your inputs. So let me start with asking you You talked about so many flaws and so many things that we can do better, and you always do that brilliantly, right? So my question to you first is that perfect measurement is actually a utopian task. But India does have the largest panel for television viewership, all said and done. And some may feel that because perfect measurement is utopian, something is better than nothing.
Absolutely.
So with all of that, what you said, will you still say, what is the future of art? And is there something better than nothing, or go aggressive? What's your stand?
If something is substantial to give a boost to the business, yes, that something is very. Look at the percentage of the CAGR growth of the news channels in the 5 years of the BARC existence, vis-a-vis 18 months of BARC success. It will answer all your questions. Having said that, you said the BARC panel 50,000 meter boxes is not this enough for 44,000 whatever they are. I have the data which says that for 27 million households in the United Kingdom, the sample to reverse ratio is 0.02%. Nielsen, for 121 million households, it's about 0.033%. For 55,000 samples that we are talking about, 210 million households, our sample to inverse ratio is 0.026%. And mind it, look at the United States. From East Coast to West Coast, people get up in the morning and have cornflakes in the breakfast. They barbecue over the weekend with their brother-in-law, and they probably go to the same beer bar. So is the United Kingdom. Culturally, even while UK, London, or Birmingham could be well diversified, but largely United Kingdom, from north to south, is largely the same country in terms of food habits, cultural values, festivals, clothing habits, and etc. Look at here. Every 50 kilometers, your language changes, your food habits changes. All of us, I can bet upon it, have different things in the breakfast today.
Absolutely.
And we are trying to sell all of them Kellogg's with the same data that BARC produces. No, that's not possible. So that's why I say that look. Also, if you look at it, 50,000 meters in a state like Bihar, where I come from. We started during the Bihar election. There was a YouTuber who was very popular, and he had made a song called Bihar Mein Kaaba. I do not know how many of you noticed it, but that lady was very popular on television and apparently very huge following. There was a protest happening in Bihar saying that look, she does not represent Bihar because we are Maithili speaking. Somebody said no, we are Maghi speaking. This is not the language that we are in. But BARC wants to treat everybody the same way. That's what I'm saying, that number of boxes for a country like India, 50,000 is nothing. And that's what Shashikant Pati committee is saying, that look, let's look at millions.
So you're saying something is not better than nothing?
I'm saying something should work. If something is not working, then it's nothing.
So it does seem that something is not better than nothing, guys. So that's the way he's putting it up, I think. And I do think that one of the answers were, Avinash, I think somewhere it reflects only the news genre. What about the holistic piece? And do you really think that news as a genre has more issues with BARC? And if yes, why? You did cover some of the news underrepresentation. But do you think the answer that you just gave me would hold for a GC channel as well?
See, I tell you, and largely the answer lies in the way BARC initially was conceived. Now, I have not said this in the speech, so you can't blame me that you did not say anything new. So I'm telling you something that I have not said. Now, jog your mind back, guys. People who created BARC, they created a system of levy, fee system. BARC is not selling a product; it's charging money for what you want, right? Now, if I have 5 customers, one customer pays me 100 crore, and another customer pays me 5 crore. On whose interest I'll protect? 100 or 5? If I have a choice. 100 first?
Yeah.
Of course. Right. This is how agencies work for good clients, right? So as broadcaster, when news channels are giving you 30 crore and one GC channel gives you 30 crore, whose interest you protect? So the bar when it got designed, they kept very well guarded the interest of the GEC channel. I'm not saying they did something wrong, but somehow, in the large pool of money that they were looking at as a source of revenue, they did not realize that how we are going to treat regional channels, news channels, Hindi news channels, English news channels. Can you imagine that one guy in Bangalore, if he goes for a leave, the entire South rating of English news goes down. Nobody's watching it. That's the extrapolation. I mean, how can you have entire English geography script? All of people sitting here, they must have watched something in English yesterday. I don't run an English news business, but I can tell you most of them have watched.
Let's have a poll. Let's have a poll. How many of us in the room watched an English channel on television?
Don't raise hand, I see you outside.
Very, very impressive indeed.
Ask them about Marathi, those who are Marathi speaking. In the time days, in the pecking order of the channel, the number one channel in the news genre, okay, in the state of Maharashtra was Star Macha.
Was Marathi, yes.
Right? Bar comes, it goes down. Just because a rating system has come into place does not mean people have changed their choice of watching. This is not how it works. And the biggest proof is in the pudding. Here, the advertiser and ad agencies advertised heavily on the news channels even during the absence of the bar. I give credit to all the sales team who sold all these channels. I mean, Vikram reminded me twice, it is because of the sales team.
And to the media planners and to the advertisers. All of us, yes.
So, the problem is with the news channel is right. So, GEC don't have that problem. So, bar works for them. Bar does not work well for news channels. I tell you something how the bar works. Okay? Now, yesterday there was a massive accident. An actor died. There was some serious issue in the Punjab election. Some politicians were categorized as being siding with the terrorists, and etc. There were a lot of big news happening. Okay. There was something happening on the Ukraine-Russia border, and what was the news is that Russia is withdrawing from the Ukraine border slowly. That was the news. One channel was running the headline that tomorrow at 3 a.m. Russia is going to attack Ukraine. I got a message from a diplomat who is posted there saying that because of the Indian news channels, Putin is saying don't put so much of pressure on me. I may do so a couple of days later. Now, if such headlines are giving you good rating, what kind of content do you expect on the news channels?
Yeah, so that brings me to this point that when you yourself spoke about this in PMR, I think 2 years back, that when there is no ratings, then news channels will broadcast relevant content and not sensational content. So what about the last 18 months? Still you're having sensational content.
I'll give you two examples. That mowing down of some farmers on a jeep, or some minister's son was driving UP. That news precisely ran for 2 days. And there were people questioned that why the person is not getting arrested, but people moved on and they were coming and dipping in and dipping out of that story. If you compare that with a similar story in the similar part of Uttar Pradesh, okay, a girl's body was burned in the middle of the night. It was a case of violence. The girl died in a Delhi hospital. They took the body and they burned the body in the middle of the night. Entire India's news channel were sitting on that dharna on that UP border for good about 6-7 days. So much so that the UP chief of public relations called me up asking my advice as to what to do so that the dharna can end. Now that dharna was happening because the more you give dharna, the more live events you get and the more audience you get. And because as a media planner by an agency, you are looking at eyeballs, you are saying, oh my God, for ad it works. I was wondering sometime, and I have a lot of colleagues sitting here who also sit in the same committee where we talk about ad safety. If the same formula is getting applied by the ad agency on the ad safety issues, I am telling you the news content will become same.
The link with data and it's not the answer to that question, right? How is the last 18 months? What is authenticity? I'll ask again. In the last 18 months, when there was no data on news channels, do you think the authenticity, the relevance of news broadcasting has changed? Have standards changed?
Of course. There are less songs and drama. There are on the weekend. I still remember we used to spend a lot of money, and all the news channels used to spend money by calling up artists who can sing song, dance, do all kind of things. That is not.
That's not the overhead cost that we're getting down in the light of today.
So my overhead cost went down.
Exactly.
Profitable.
I got reminded of overhead cost you talked about.
Yeah, and the content is better. Ask anyone. Today nobody is breaking the table of anchor. Anchors are not jumping from one chair to another chair and trying to hit someone. Right? All that is stuff.
How many news channel viewers do we have? Most of us would be here. How many would agree that news channel content has changed in the last 18 months? That's not too much actually. That's not too much.
That covers the audience. Rest are my team members.
Arnav, did you raise your hand? So you disagree?
I don't watch.
You don't watch, okay. There was not too many hands there.
Arnav does not watch our movies.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, interesting. So another aspect I would like to cover is what you did cover, and I think a lot of us have covered earlier, is about the underreporting aspect of HD. I think we as Madison is also, I think Nagaraj also presented about it. What's your view on it? You did cover it here.
See, I tell you, I saw the data. Somebody presented 20% households, total cable TV homes are HD homes. And our data is also similar. Our distribution data says that about 25% subscriber of cable and satellite actually subscribe to DTH HD pack, right? But I really do not know, there is not enough incentive for the news broadcaster to launch HD channel. Because what advertising that you get is almost 1/3 or 1/5 of the normal SD rate. And also you don't get enough subscription.
Sometimes just free.
And sometimes I don't know, you must be knowing, I don't run an SD channel. And that's the reason that as a network, though we wanted to launch an SD channel with a differentiated content, but we do not have enough incentive. Because BAR underreports so much, everything, including HD, that does not have enough incentive for. Not only HD, they underreport a lot of things.
A lot of what you covered. So, media and consumption behavior has indeed changed a lot, especially in the light of pandemic. It's got accelerated, and we all know how it has. And one of the aspects, of course, is combined video measurement, which is digital and TV, which we all know is a larger issue. But besides that, what about deeper insights on viewership changes within television as well? One is, of course, news. Anything else that you would like to highlight? What's your view about that? How well has measurement really reflected the changing media consumption behavior in the consumer?
Actually, BAR has not reflected much on anything, I can safely tell you. But what we have done, we did some study during the pandemic across the state of UP, Punjab, before the election, Uttarakhand, and we went to towns and villages, and you'll be surprised. There are people who still say that the voice is not ready in India, the voice is not so much. But we have videos where the farmers, while plowing their field, they open their mobile phone, they ask for news, and they have curated their page with the TV channels, and they press the button and watch it while doing the work of the field.
Cool, yeah.
And the look at the number of, I don't think so any non-connected TVs anymore sold in India.
Absolutely.
In last 2 years, when people are sitting at home and they have now become, please look at it, those who are in digital space. Look at the digital number of news channels alone. Look at the ratio of live TV vis-a-vis the VOD. VOD is coming from where? Sanjay Gupta has gone on record to say that how much people are watching live television and VOD news on connected TV. It runs into millions, but it is nowhere reflected in our rating. And frankly, this is the content that we are creating, which is unfortunate that it's not getting rightly valued and measured. And that's a serious matter for this industry to solve. If we don't, Technology won't wait for anyone. I am telling you that as a broadcaster, I am working aggressively on technology which can actually tell my number, including from cable and satellite home through connected TV, and I'll give it to you at your doorsteps. And then look, this is how you should buy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we agree connected TV and HD is underreported, and I think that brings a lot of insightful thinking by the planning teams also.
Right.
Tell our advertisers that this is underreported and
these are premium homes.
We need to take, and I think advertisers do listen because I think these are very obvious things that people notice among ourselves. Like, just need to ask the group like right? You got the answers.
Absolutely.
I think all the polls have submitted the answers which are very similar to what you're saying. So, yeah.
The next change that is going to happen, for which Bapu is also not ready. I did not cover this in my presentation. What is happening today? You have about, I'm told about over 100 OTT in India currently streaming different content. Somebody was giving the number. Now that's not the only thing where people are going to consume the content. The technology already exists. Tata Sky was doing it mildly. Airtel has started it, and everybody will have it. Globally, the way changes are happening in the subscription home, that once you subscribe to Comcast, to Dish, to anything in the United States, you also get a ride simultaneously by watching it on your mobile through a login or on your computer. So same subscriber is actually watching Super Bowl in office or somewhere on their computer by taking the same subscription. It does not have to go to the Hotstar or to anywhere else to watch it and pay additionally. Now, when cable operators are today realizing, and I keep meeting them, I can tell you safely, this is the one investment that they are clearly focused on. And they will sell you a subscription, which is not only for TV at home, but you can log in and watch it anywhere else. Now look at the changes that is going to happen. Is bounded for that? I don't think so there's any discussion also happening as far as my knowledge is concerned. So
more and more fragmented, more and more complex environment, and I think what's important is to have a single panel measurement. So many things which are still not done, but I think it's all about the money that you throw in. Though you do say that it's 5 times more expensive, all of this can't happen with more and more investment. So it is a conundrum actually. It is like something that is tough.
See, people will invest money in the business if there is a return. And this is one area where I clearly see return for the cable operators, DTH operators, and broadcasters. People will invest money in this.
That they will, but I'm saying a common system for measurement is a very, very far-fetched one, right? Because it's so dynamic. Today, what we see is happening, it may not stand true tomorrow.
Vanita, I tell you in front of all this audience, why happened what happened? It was erosion of trust, right? It is that erosion of trust that Hotstar or Hoot or Z5 does not want to share the data with BAP. Maybe, I don't know. But why they're not sharing the data? That's the reason BAP has told me that they're unable to measure the connected screen. Now, if that trust is not established, the industry will not move forward. We have all the right people involved, all the time. The industry is best work there, in committees, boards, anywhere. But why it is not happening? Unless we don't disseminate that level of trust amongst all the stakeholders, it's not going to change.
Yeah, I understand. So yeah, we'll open the house to questions. My last question was pretty much a little bit answered by you, but we can again talk about it. Is that in the last 18 months, you did mention a lot of good things did happen. A lot of recommendations that you made and a lot of other tech committee members made and has been agreed. What are the key ones that you want BARC to fulfill as ambitions? This was my question, but I think we've covered a lot of it. But if you want to summarize.
Quickly, for the rating point of view, they must start measuring connected TV and audience anywhere who is watching live or VOD as an accumulated audience for the TV channels. As a broadcaster, that's what we are looking at. We should also at the same time make it more broad-based, include regional TV players into your BARC committees. They are being left out. Change your account. Have some people who have very strong knowledge of statistical science. Change the board structure, which already they have agreed, so they are working on that. So I hope all this will happen. But largely, it's a connected TV from where we need the data. And we include, I just showed you, Nielsen has done it because the US broadcaster went all out. BARC has already done it in United Kingdom. If we have to reach $5 trillion economy, And now, currently, GDP to ad ratio, what I just showed it to me, it's still less than 0.2, 2-3%, right? It has to be 1% at least if the India's economy goes to $5 trillion. And that will not happen because we are living, this is what we call a negotiation, living money on the table. We are living money on the table. This industry what is living money on the table. Audience are very free.
You all need to make that extra noise and then.
Absolutely. Make that happen.
Yes, so now we can open the house to questions from you guys as well. Maybe we have like, oh, you're over time, I can see.
Yeah, over time. So,
we can just take 2 questions, maybe, or 1 question, maybe.
There's a question from my friend in Yahoo. Just one question. Just because you are digital, that's where the money is going.
Thank you. So I have a very simple, after listening to you and Monica for quite some time. I'm a part of IB Tech Council member, one of the working members of the Tech Council member. I don't see this committee, any of the broadcaster or any of the agency representing that. If there is a serious issue, what you have been mentioning about VAR, I'm surprised that nobody from, none of the Indian broadcaster is a part of that. And we're talking about connected TV, right? And ACR is a technology, or open measurement is a technology which is available, right? And it automatically knows from the screen of the mirror itself on a ACR technology and automatic content recognition, right?
Yeah, right.
And anything on that view from a broadcaster, not only question from ABP, but anybody from a broadcaster who is looking at taking that view and becoming a part of the IB Tech Council. Because that's very important, right? If anything to do with digital, with the live data, I feel either something from the agency
or. Thanks for saying this. I'll tell this to IBF and Indian Broadcasting Foundation.
Right,
that is a foundation.
Yeah,
take up this because this is important. I tell you, this will happen eventually because it's in the interest of the broadcast fraternity. Because if you don't do this, our businesses will shrink.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think it is up.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we request both of you to please be in the center. We'd love a group photograph right there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Avinash Pandey and Ms. Vanita Keshwani, a huge round of applause. And in this moment, we request Mr. Vishal Pandey, Director Monetization India, Yahoo, to kindly join us quickly on giving fabulous mementos to our guest of honor. Currently on stage, we've got Mr. Avinash Pandey, Vanita Keshwani, and we're joined right now by Mr. Vishal Pandey. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, and we just request all 3 of you to please stand together and have a photograph being clicked right now. A lot of photographs always. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, that was a very interesting conversation, and thank you so much to our speakers for that. It is now time for us to move into another stimulating session that will highlight the 5 golden rules for generating e-commerce. Well, with this, let's welcome Jyotir Ramai, the CEO of Hive Minds, to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, just before that, we'd just like to thank our partners and just get the AVs in place. We've got our presenting partners, ADD News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, co-powered by partners, Colors Marathi, Jamyachi Ranga, Marathi, Colors Marathi. Yahoo DSP, not just different better for your business. Co-partner, Good News Today, India's first and only positive news channel. Tune into hashtag Good News while you smile on Good News Today. Vanguard partners advance performance redefined programmatically. And let's take a look at our co-partner partners daily. On the screen now.
तो मराठी ऐक तो मराठी सगळ्यांचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख करणे आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी
निरोधोस मी तुझ्या पाठीशी
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली बातमी कलर्स मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी
Ladies and gentlemen, with this it is time for me to invite Jyotirmai, the CEO of High Minds, to join us for her session. A huge round of applause. Let's welcome her very warmly, and thank you so much for joining us today. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Looks like we have a evening with a running theme of change. Nagaraj addressed a lot of aspects of how targeting is changing, and then we had Avinash talking about how viewership and content is changing. So, picking up with the theme, I'm going to talk about 5 golden rules of e-commerce. As you know, digital is booming, and bigger growth curve that we're seeing is e-com. The way the consumer is discovering products is changing. A consumer today is largely driven by product ads, and if you see the graph there, Amazon, which is a product giant, like marketplace giant, is almost eating into the share of the media giants on digital, which is Google and Facebook. This trend is of pricing product ads is globally globally changing how media is planned and also how consumer is buying. So e-commerce in this age has become a must take and must win frontier for consumer product companies. Retail largely is, as of today, on e-com is around 7%. And if you see more developed economies like US and UK, it's as high as 20% and 27%. So in the whole aspect of browsing and buying, that is very habit forming, and this is going to continue to increase. In e-com itself, the larger categories are apparel and consumer electronics. However, in terms of what is growing as of today, if you see beauty is massively on digital. So these trends are rapidly shifting. And if we have to look back at what is driving all this change, is the biggest disruption engine of today's time is the internet. of the entire century. So a very hard-earned distribution power is now neutralized. Scale is no longer about having massive production capabilities and everything. A lot of insurgent brands are entering the market and challenging very well-established big brands. In these times, fortunes are made and lost like never before. So how do we adapt in a time like this to the e-commerce world? So I'm going to talk about basis our experience of having worked with many startups, insurgent new entrants in categories, and also well-established brands and how they are adopting this journey of e-commerce. So here are the 5 golden rules, basis of everything that we have done over the last 4 years in e-com, and I'm going to share this with you more as a playbook. And yeah. So the rule number 1 would be e-com has put the focus back on product. As I said, the whole aspect of distribution power stands neutralized to a large extent, and most insurgent brands, the way they approach e-com is like, let's say if I want to launch a brand today, I can do that with a very small capacity of 200, 500 units, launch it, and all I need to do is get my good product to the right customer, and the consumer is going to fund me for the next cycle of growth. So, and get to 1,000 orders, get to 5,000 orders, 20,000 orders, and then you are really speaking volumes. Like after, like I'm talking about like on per day units and everything. So this is how a lot of new entrants are building and growing in this kind of environment. The consumer today is less emotional, more rational, and is diminishing on the loyalty. So in this kind of a world, the product features are becoming as important as brand loyalty. The rule number 2 I would like to call upon is test and learn, adapt and grow. Now, if you see how a lot of experiments or I don't know to commission a very expensive market research today to be able to know what the consumer preferences are, at least for small-time experiments. Of course, for industry growth and planning, I mean, these research reports will still be required, but I'm talking about more at the product level or consumer appeal and salience. It is very much possible for us today to do even price elasticity studies over a very quick 3-day period to understand whether a 199 product is going to sell better or from a packaging size or from a bundle. Many aspects of this can be run in a very quick experiments to have learnings and immediately act. So this changes the game. If you are very nimble and you are able to continue to invent and innovate with the same pace as what all the e-commerce marketplaces do, it can change the game, and that's the new role. That's the name of the game as of today. The rule number 3 is something I want to just ask all of you to think about. How many times when you are browsing, you just buy that product which has editor's choice written on it, Amazon's choice, bestseller choice. At the scale at which all of these e-commerce companies are operating today, I mean, in India we just have a duopoly. It's just Amazon and Flipkart as of today, and they're at the massive scales that they operate. The volumes swing massively the day you get a bestseller tag. So many of you who have run e-commerce, campaigns or very active on or listed on e-commerce in a big way would know how important being in the top 10 list of Amazon is. So the bestseller tag can be as good as a celebrity endorsement. Rule number 4. A holy confluence of sales and marketing. So, of course, I mean, these forces have to come together to make a lot of successful launches and successful growth and everything. But in a digital world, there is no choice. If you think about, application of reverse ladder fraud liquidation, in a digital world, you can do a discount and you can run a video promo for that discount.
and rapidly liquidate in a span of 3 to 5 days if your sales and marketing teams are working hand in hand. So this again changes the game. On the same lines, right, a lot of things are now done jointly, bundling, virtual bundles, and all of these. Rule number 5, I think the ones again who are already listed on e-commerce would know how important is the consumer reviews. A buyer in Chennai, a customer of yours in Chennai, is heavily influenced by somebody sitting in Patna. You don't have thought of this happening in the earlier days, right? So it's the opinions and the volume of these opinions and the frequency of it is again heavily swinging how consumer is making the purchase decision, right? So these are the 5 things that I thought, or basis our experience, are the big swingers in the movers and shakers kind of a thing, right? Like, which are changing the lay of land on e-commerce, with many new entrants challenging well-established brands, or well-established brands successfully launching new digital first brands. Sam also shared his #1 advice today in his talk was be ready to launch digital first brands now so that you can be ready for the future. So I'm going to take these 5 rules into practice with a case study, with an example or a hypothetical launch and how it happens. We have, as an agency, seen multiple launches now, and this is pretty much how things get into a virtuous cycle. So we launched, let's say it's week 1, there is no organic sale. You have to spend some money to see the entire cycle. So the whole milestone, or rather the target has to be a big bang launch to achieve a very high daily run rate. So with many of the brands that we have launched, we have taken it from like a 0 to 500 units a day in a span of 4 weeks. So when you do that, you get a bestseller tag in a short duration. So it could be a week 6, it could be a week 12. That is all about how much, how the category is, and also how you plan media and everything. But the day you get the bestseller tag, the organic units search. Now that again changes how the ACOS, or advertising cost of sale, which is inverse of ROI for, because ACOS is a very e-commerce specific term. So your ROI jumps, because so DRR led to high sales velocity got you a bestseller tag, the bestseller tag tipped off the organic units. And that changes how the ROI changes, that gives you a lot of room for funding this growth, and that leads to a sustainable growth. So this is how the ACOS change would be typically. One thing I do want to see, at the time of the ACOS is like 130%. I have seen brands launch with 100% ACOS, but eventually stabilize at 30%, or these are like, if it is FMCG goods, if it is appliances, of course, single-digit numbers and 5%, 6%. So a lot of planning. So this is actually, if you think about it, this is the armor on the sleeves of large established brands, because a startup cannot think in many weeks ahead of time. For large brands, if they can assess the market size and the ambition that they have for digital penetration and in a year's time, then they can actually fund this in a rapid way at the time of launch. Start from a higher ACOS, but have a target ACOS at which you will stabilize and for positive GC. Right. So this is how we typically take launches in the e-commerce world. Another thing is the NDB, the new brand. Digital is so rich with data. Pretty much on a daily basis, I can see what is my glance views, which is kind of proportional to SOV of the traditional media. Right. So with the increase of glance views, pretty much I can plan it so finely that we do payday cycles. Amazon also runs the super value deals in the first week of the month. So people buy FMCG products in the first 7 days of the month. I can rapidly increase my GB share during those 7 days. And this is possible, unlike, of course it's possible on digital, In e-commerce, it also becomes extremely important to plan this. It's not just possible, it's very, very critical to plan it. So these are some aspects of how to use the kind of signals we get in the e-commerce platforms to secure or progress or grow or whatever be the objective of the brand at that point in time and how to adapt for the same. I'll take another example. So let's say you have done all of these things and so you enjoy the status of sustained growth and everything that we saw in the previous slide, right? There is a steady growth and not true. E-commerce is very dynamic. Every day, I mean, for the same reasons that we said that it's very easy to get into a virtuous cycle of growth, it's also very easy to get into a vicious cycle of decline. So on e-commerce, the task doesn't stop after we have grown or stabilized at a particular rate cost. A lot of testing and recalibrating this can be done. I mean, it's not necessary to be always applied, but I'm saying this is the opportunity there. So we launched a product, I think the actual price was $199 and $249 or something of the reach there. And we launched a product with a very small discount. And because of the price parity, I think Naga spoke about price per grammage. Now, price per grammage is something, gram is something which was discussed internally in the companies. For an e-commerce customer, it is visible on their platform, pretty much on price per unit, price per gram. So it becomes a very rational decision of money, choice, and and even the influence. They can choose to reject the influence. Like in a retailer setup. So what happens is the moment there is a price discount, it is, usually, I mean, the volumes can rise. But the experiment is, does the volumes rise to the extent where I can fund the discount? Right? And do I want to, use a luxury product? A luxury product will never do this. But, in a lot of mass consumption products, this might be highly relevant. And I can do this experiment in a short period, as I said, and that gives a lot of power in how we do, the product pricing, bundling, and any of this. There is also another way in terms of new to brand as brand on e-commerce. I get a fine-grained breakdown of audience cohorts. Nagaraj in his talk was talking about how we can shift it to, in terms of not just from the, unlike the NCCS cohorts, right? It's more about affluence and interest in, the kind of content they consume. A lot of these are signals. So again, digital is very rich in this data, where if I want to flow into new categories or new adjacent markets, it's very predictable in terms of what is the size and how much can I grow. So this just gives a lot of power in your hands as to how you can operate in the e-commerce platform. I'll take a very the next phase. Let's say if you are recalibrating, you're growing entry and everything. A typical thing for a market leader. This is a case study of a market leader in a consumer electronics, not a market leader, a top 3 player in a consumer electronics space. As to how they perfected the sale period, the Diwali sale period that happens on Madison. So, if you think about yourself and how you shop during sale periods, let's say, usually we buy the high value goods in the first few days. People add these products into the cart almost like a week ahead of the sale. So, Prime Day sale opens at 12 in the night. By 8 a.m., a huge amount of revenue is lost by Madison. This happens in they have almost mimicked the Black Friday trend in India now. So this particular consumer electronics company, which of course sells items at in 10,000 to 15,000 or kind of a range, planned all their media budgets to the initial pre-buzz, a big spike in the first 3-4 days, and later the top 3 bestsellers in that category turned out to be from this brand, which was previously not the number one, like even today it's not the market leader, but the top 3 bestsellers on e-com during the very valuable October-November month turned out to be from the same brand. So that boosted organic. And that again created that virtuous cycle of high sales, and they had one of their most fantastic digital sales in the last few years. This is how competition share and brand share, even though the media was not deployed evenly over the month, it just stayed because the organic and the bestseller boosted the share for the rest of it. So these are the 5 rules applied on many, in a launch kind of a case for a market leader to foot rest, or to challenger, for a challenger brand and everything. So if you're doing all this right and you mastered the rules, what next? Digital has, the e-commerce has a lot more in store. So I want to just take a minute to talk about and open up the imagination for you as to what more can be done. We have deployed an automated bidding engine for a market leader because coverage is an FMCG brand for focusing on the coverage. Coverage is same as the, you can assume it's very close to the SOE kind of a definition. So what it does is it's initially like whole search impression, you see cost of CPM, the cost per impression was at a certain range, which was a steady rate for the market. And because the bidding engine could find these spots, which were extremely efficient to buy, and it knew whether prime time kind of equivalent 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. What do you do? And in the afternoon, when the competitors, aggressiveness in spends is low, can I garner more impressions? Is it useful? And it takes multiple factors into consideration, and we could spike up the impressions in an automated fashion at a very sustainable rate. I think there is a lot of not inefficiencies, but like a lot of hacks are still possible because these platforms are evolving. And even targeted sampling, I think the basket is sampling as an offering. Amazon has extremely rich cohorts for DSP advertising, which can be treated as sampling, like awareness to trial kind of a aspect. So these are some things to look at, for the future to dominate with data, which is available real time in massive volumes on e-com, which was never available otherwise. So with this, I end my talk and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Let's bring in energy in the room, and we now invite Rahul Shaw, the CEO of TV and Radio India Today Group, to kindly join us. Rahul, we'd like you to give away a memento. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage is Jyotirmai and Rahul Shaw, and we request Rahul to now give away a memento to Jyotirmai on behalf of co-powered by partners Yahoo. So firstly, I'd like everyone who is in the room to give yourselves a huge round of applause, everyone. We're having a fabulous session, and it is time for me to now move on to our next session. Well, the past 2 years can undoubtedly be called the year of digital media. While the other mediums were dealt with a heavy blow, digital became a big part of the marketing post-COVID. We've seen marketers push the envelope with innovations on digital, changing their media mix to include new age platforms. And tell us more about this fast-growing medium, we're now joined with Vishal Chinchankar, the CEO, Madison Media and Madison Alpha, who's going to be talking on connected TV, a powerful addition to Nothia's toolbox. With this, a huge round of applause for Vishal.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I know it's 7 o'clock, I am the last speaker, and I don't want to come in between you all and the bar, so I'll try and keep it short and sweet. But before I start, I want to thank Avinash because I think he's covered a lot of my connected TV conversations, and I want to thank Nagaraj because he took my name twice in his presentation. On that note, connected TV, a new kid on the block. Must be crossing your minds. Does it have scale? Is it a trend? Is it a fad? Or is it even efficient? Right? Let me try and answer some of these questions today. I strongly believe that this is here to stay, and definitely there are certain numbers that I'll probably try and project as to how these trends probably look like. Alright, so let's look at then, now, and next. 2014, e-commerce was barely about 54 million. It's now residing at roughly around 329 million. Now, television is about 892, that's today, 92 million, and mobile videos have crossed close to about more than 450 odd million. Connected TV currently is at a very low base of about 44 million. Expected to grow to about 120 million by 2025. I mean, that's some of our estimations. There are various bodies which are trying and giving. I think the point I'm trying to establish is this is not a fad. This is definitely something which is here to stay, and come in a big way. Let's see how US looks at it. India is not too far from what happens in US, so we're somewhere very, very close, right? 2/3 of the US population are connected TV monthly users. That's a whole lot of big number that we're talking about. 4 out of 10 US senior citizens use CTV. Hulu made the maximum amount of ad revenues, followed by YouTube in US. And a staggering number of 14.44 billion ad revenues have been made on connected TV. 14.44 billion is more than India, all addicts were sampled today. So that's the kind of advertising revenues that connected TV is being made in US makes out of connected TV. While I've established the fact that we're close to, maybe close to about 120 odd million by 2025, but if you see the story of connected TV in the last 5 years, it's really been building up. It's grown 9x. Now, this is the kind of affluent audience which is getting built, and thanks to various different reasons, maybe I'll try and cover most of these reasons. Now, what is really fueling the growth of connected TV? Data prices, Avinash spoke about some broadband prices, and here it is, 2014, per GB cost was $250 in India, which came down to $18 in 2018. And as we speak today, it's about 6.5 to 7 rupees per GB. That's making it more affordable. Those smart TV prices. India's smart TV shipment grew by 65% year on year in Q2 of 21. That's a very large number staring at us. I mean, that's definitely a big thing that's happening at the back. Chinese manufacturers have played a pivotal role. We all love the Xiaomis of the world, but they've also introduced smart TVs which are less than 15,000 rupees. A leading OEM is shipping roughly around 10,000 smart TVs a week. That's a smart engine that's moving, and it's really feeding in a lot of growth. The original content on OTT is one of the biggest driving factors. We all have been tuned down to the catchy content. On one hand, the SVOD subscription prices are going southwards.
Recently, we know even Netflix has reduced their price. And on the other hand, most of the telcos are doing a great bundling of all these OTT products. You get Geo Fiber for about what, $1,000 a month, where you get cable, you get telephony, you get broadband up to 150 Mbps, and you also get all the OTT speed. Tata Sky, which is now Tata Play, is got a service called as Binge, offering you 14 OTT services. Now this is making it much easier and getting a lot of growth on this space. And the last, but not the least, of course, it's a very small number, but the Chromecast and the Fire Sticks, which are now as affordable as 2,500 to 3,000 bucks, are also one of the biggest enablers of these numbers. Let's look at who this audience is. We keep talking about affluent, but let's see who these affluents are. I like to call them God shavers, and God shavers are the one who are watching linear TV, but at the same time also watching connected TV. And then there are cord cutters who are completely migrated onto connected TVs. By the way, there's also a terminology called as cord nevers, which are the kids who's probably now growing, would have never seen linear TV, but will only grow on a connected TV. Right? So that's the kind of audience we're talking about. So some of the research done by MediaSmart, 78% of respondents had smart TV, which was fairly distributed demographic, and 93% of the users access internet-based content on their smart TVs. This is an affluent elite. He owns a car, he owns smart TV, of course. See the kind of subscriptions that he's taken. He probably may be paying more than about $5,000 to $6,000 annually to subscribe these OTT platforms. Also, one more thing, sorry. It's females too. It's the television viewership. You see a lot more females watching this OTT, smart TV platforms. Let's see the kind of time spent. That's close to about anywhere between 1 hour to 4 hours time spent on connected TV. YouTube reports about 2 hours. And if you look at some of the stats, 91% predominantly watch movies and entertainment. About half of them, which is roughly 51%, are into music, gaming, or watching news. So, to your point, Avinash, I think watching news is also one of the big things that's getting consumed on OTT now. Right? And if I have to compare this with a linear TV is what, roughly 3 hours a day. This is getting very close to even linear TV. So, what's in for the marketeers? Big question for all the marketeers. I'll try and give you a bit of a 1,000 feet view on what are the nuances that or the benefits that it really adds. But I'll try and also demonstrate in terms of numbers and give you a bit of a simulation as to try to really talk about leads and CPMs and how does it even stack up. So it's got a highly engaged user thanks to the stickiness of the content. It's highly immersive. The quality of ad is very large. It's probably one of the very impactful. You can do real-time buying, you can get real-time forecasting, you can get real-time reporting, and thanks to most of the private marketplaces that you can start buying this inventory. Of course, co-viewership, which is again now coming back from me to me trend, where it gets in by connected TV. There is a sharp targeting available. Clearly, you can get over the spill, get over the reducer wastage as a marketer. Measurement, of course, this measurement is not a common currency mark measurement that currently gives you. You have to depend on the console or whichever PMD that you use. But it's measurable. I mean, you can really look at frequency, you can see attributions, you can see most of the measured points here. And you can reach out to global audiences and the cord cutters, which is also a decent number, right, which is contributing. There are a huge number of people who are not watching, they don't have cable at home, they only have internet and they watch connected TV. So I've just picked up this slide from Raj. presentation earlier, if you've seen the slide where he spoke about most of the universes and what are the mediums really, what are the numbers of the mediums that are really popular. And I tried to give it some sort of a CPM to most of these mediums. You have television which still operates in the range of 45 to 65 bucks. There is OTT which includes YouTube in the range of 90 to 120 bucks. HDTV, 3 times of TV, hypothetically around 140 to 160 bucks. And connected TV is still efficient in the same range because I don't think as we speak there isn't much premium because the base is low, it's affordable, but that's what the console gives you today. Sorry, say that again? Absolutely, absolutely. Now let me just prove this point in form of simulation. I made one of my kids do this, a simulation. We picked up one of the brands. Look, in Madison we do roughly around 200 odd plus media plans a month. And 35-40% of the media plans have either just region specific, network specific, just look at these kind of markets and all that. And what the beauty about connected TV is that it gives you a geofencing, which currently your television can't give you, right? Linear TV can't give you. You can't do state-wise, area-wise, and whatever. So that's where the real play comes in from connected TV. And this is a simulation of a plan of all adults 22 to 40 NCCSA, and you can see the last column, right, on the CPM. It's 50% efficient than a linear TV mega size. Reaching out to affluent audience is extremely difficult. I mean, you've got to really pay out your nose, but this is an animal which can really help you get these audiences. It's easy to, and this is the same dashboard where you saw all the previous numbers of 90 CPM and a reach of 10.6, that's on the left hand side. It's easy to plan. I mean, even any of your media planners can just get onto the console and get you a reach, a frequency, and a forecasting of it. You can pick and choose whatever channels you want, whether it's Z or Sony or whatever, provided those channels are affiliated with the private marketplace and the PMPs. Yeah. That makes me move to the last point, which is on KPIs and measurements. And of course, these are not the common currency measurements, but you definitely, there's a system which gives you a view-through rate and a completed view, and most of the hard KPIs that the typical marketer would look for. All given up by the system. There are major branded studies, purchase intent studies, or sales lift studies that can also be done using your partners. And the beauty is, it also addresses the bottom of the funnel. It's not just about reach and frequency. And I'll make that point to one of the case studies, which I've sort of borrowed from one of my partners. But I think the point is, if you really have some advanced analytical tools like ADH, you can also get attributions to the bottom of funnel and will tell you that what is the kind of sale that this particular medium can help you achieve. Of course, the scale is too small. 44 million is a very, very small number. But if I go back to what Nagaraj presented on CPIR, cost per incremental reach, I think if this is going to give me the best cost for that particular audience, I'll probably consume this first, the entire audience, and then move on to the next medium. Right? I spoke about showing this live. This is one of the case studies of Max. Now, insurance as a category, one of the biggest triggers that they look for, or the matrix of success what they look for in their campaign, is a spike in BSQ, brand search queries. Now, this is an example where they used connected TV. They saw a spike of 21%, pretty evident. Right? So it's definitely working well for most of the brands. This is another interior design company who was very delighted to see about 63% of higher average order value, which means that there is premiumness to this audience and it's also impacting the lower funnel. So I think so reaching out to this affluent audience, we've got a great platform, maybe very small, but expected to really grow much faster than anticipated. Will it redefine television advertising today? Maybe not. Maybe 5 years down the line, probably yes. But as marketers, we need to take the first step and stay invested. Thank you. I will take questions if any.
So, thank you so much, Vishal. I'm just requested to join us on the center stage. Meanwhile, I'll call upon Siddharth Vari, the MD of MIQ, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, and thank you so much. Come on, audience, you can be much better without applause. So on the stage, we have Siddharth and Vishal. And we're giving away a memento, co-powered by our partners Yahoo. Siddharth, please do the honors. Thank you. And one mandatory photograph right there. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this evening's proceedings and to deliver the vote of thanks, and I call upon Lara Balsara, Executive Director, Madison World, to kindly join us. Right there. As the lady boss, we want you to have a more enthusiastic round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to do this face-to-face after a gap of 2 years. And thank you for being with us, and more importantly, spending your 4 hours with us. Time is always the most precious, so thank you, and we appreciate it. So good times are here again, and with a 37% growth in 2021 and projected 20% growth for this year. So this really shows advertiser confidence in advertising, and advertisers can't do away with advertising to build brands and shareholder value. So I think we had a very interesting sessions through the evening. Nagraj shared some very different perspectives of how to view HD, ED, housewives, youth, hyperlocal targeting in smaller towns, and thereby hopefully helping advertisers to get a larger piece of the 120 trillion pie. I must say we had a very mature and evolved CEO panel which said that they don't focus only on quarterly profits, and everyone works towards their long-term strategies and business plans. And stock markets buy more into stories and narratives that companies talk about. With the growing importance of e-commerce, brands got a quick masterclass on how to go about their e-commerce strategy. And Vishal just spoke about and re-emphasized that connected TV is here to stay, and marketers just can't afford to miss it. So thank you, Avinash, and all the sponsors for being a part of this event. Thank you to all the speakers also who made very thought-provoking presentations. A lot has changed in our world over these last 2 years, and we've tried to cover these topics through the evening. But I'd like to end by what our chief guest, Mr. Sitapati, had to say, that more things change, the fundamentals always stay the same. But he did remind us that the new skills required by all of us is clarity, problem solving, analytical skills, and creativity. So on that positive note, thank you very much and have a very good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is, if I may request Manish Shetty, Head of Sales, Viacom 18 Network, to kindly join us on the stage to give away a memento to Lara. Thank you so much, Lara, for being a part. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And joining us is Mr. Shetty. And could we have now the memento please being presented on the stage? So I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today, and a big thank you to all our panelists and speakers, thank you to all our partners, and a special thank you to the entire Madison work team. This is me, Multimedia, signing off for today, but before we end the day, let's thank our presenting partners, ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Let's have a look at the ABP. Thank you once again.
In times of breaking games, what did the leading news network do to become and remain the most loved, the most followed, and the most watched? Master the game? Change the game? Reinvent the game? No. We just didn't play the game. The real reasons why we are leading news network and what brands can gain from them.
We believe people love you when you understand. We take joy in being a part of their lives.
We speak multiple local languages. Very few know our viewers as closely as we do. That's why Bengal chooses to celebrate Durga Puja with us. Maharashtra chooses to celebrate Ganpati with us. The whole of Gujarat chooses to celebrate Navratri with us. We believe oneness with viewers is beyond numbers. We welcome brands to celebrate local culture and India. And when it comes to finding a national voice, the people of India find their voice in ours.
TMC 44 BJP 24 सीटें, कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट 12 से 14
গতকালটা দেখেছিলাম যে চূড়ান্ত দফার পরীক্ষায় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস যেতে পারে गेली 14 वर्ष आपण ती भूमिका वाटत आहे
नहीं रहेगा शायद
People are seeking knowledge and information more than ever. They want to know why are the things the way they are. That's why we do what we do.
At ABP Network, we believe that all informed societies are open societies. That's what we believe in building up.
That's why we strive to bring information to the public at all costs. Unbiased information. The kinds which build thought leadership. The kinds that are used by governments to form their social policy. We believe purpose is beyond numbers. We invite purposeful brands to our platform to make a difference.
Today, brands are more conscious about their associations. Leading brands are looking at beyond numbers. Welcome to the club.
So we invite you to the new normal of ratings, thought leadership, regional meets national, people first. This is ABP Network.
भाई